In the name of Allah, the Compassionate, the Merciful. Let's get this on right. Greet you. I greet you. Salam alaikum. Rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Shalom. Hotep. Peace be with you. Hope that you're having a day full of fulfillment in whatever righteous activities you endeavor. I also hope that today, you um, are manifesting more elements that would increase our prospects for unification as a people. And one thing you can consider is that if you failed in whatever you were doing yesterday, that one one of the blessings about today is you've been offered yet another chance, another opportunity to get it right. So, as you can see here, I've had to go back into some of my old behaviors with meddling around and using these OBS systems and StreamYards and all that kind of stuff, and combining the efforts, so that hopefully I can get the more um, you know uh, attractive presentation. You understand? And um, let's see. I would encourage you, those that have been in the habit of viewing, and those that are perhaps new to viewing, to invite others. Um, and let's see here. Yeah, invite others, and the idea being that what we share here, what we talk about here, becomes something that benefits all of us. You understand? Okay. So I'm taking my time just a little bit because like I said, it's been a while since I used this all these elements at the same time. But like I said, I'm a gadget type person, so I like things to be a certain way. Um, as you can see by the title below, this may be a topic that might touch some nerves. It might be one of those, what do you call it? Uh, those type of conversations that make people feel some kind of way. This might be one of those things because um, it's not something that because of the status quo, is a topic that people like to talk about. But what's funny is the bully never likes to be ridiculed, but has no problem shaming and ridiculing others. Just something to think about there. The title here, No, We Are Not the Same. And I thought to read I thought to discuss this and talk about this before digging into the book that I'd like to be able to break down. The book titled "When the World Was Black," and the author of that is Supreme Understanding. Because I'd really like to dig into that book. There's a lot, in many ways, that the content providers of that book are on the same page. You understand? As a lot of things that I have learned in my life and in my journeys when it comes to researching history, researching, you know, the culture, things of that nature, philosophy. I've done quite a bit of research. I don't always share it, with uh, those around me. It tends to be a select that I ever break bread with on certain levels. It depends on where things flow. You understand? Um, let's see here. So I'm taking my time because I want to make sure I make the right clicks and this and that and the other. So um, before I begin, I'd like to be able to, present a few shout outs and commentations or compliments, I should say, to people that are notably doing honorable jobs here on these social media platforms. It's quite a few actually, and I'll only be able to go over, a few names or a few, um, you know, uh, titles or whatever you want to call it. But also I want to help to encourage the family to promote and get involved with the efforts of supporting, those who need our support in their cause. You understand? Um, let's see here. So first of all, um, I've I've noted, some brothers and sisters who've been doing a pretty strong solid job on their platforms. um it just so happened that the first name that I see on my list of call outs or shout outs is our brother and sister, the lovely and respected couple TNT with Mike and Jazz. That's the name of their YouTube channel. So, when you get the opportunity, be sure to go and check out them. They've been going in strong and on helping to keep the awareness of Grandmaster Jay in the upcoming court date that is approaching. That date is April 25th, 2022. And, I have a passion when I see people holding on to their convictions and standing on their square in the face of indifference, in the face of disputes, in the face of just all kinds of, just the drama. And yet you see certain ones that are just consistent. They just like, look, I'm not going to be a part of the drama. I know what I believe. I know how I'm standing. And they just go on like that. Right. Um, Probably, let's see here. Yeah, okay. So yeah, salute to brother Mike and sister Jazz. Keep doing what you're doing because it's definitely much appreciated. Um, of course, the next name that I see on my list is our big brother Major TV doing this thing. I think that's his nephew or it's a relative of his. I'm not going to say nephew because I can't be for sure. Sometimes my memory, is weird because I can remember certain things sharp as a needle, and then other things it just, it's not there. I'm getting old. No, I'm not getting old. I am, but I don't know. Anyway, So we definitely want to salute brother Major in his efforts of what he's been doing. Um, the help, the cause, and those that are in his circle of affiliations. And we also want to give a shout out to Big Brother Bossman Blake. Once again we've done a little collaboration. He had a some sounds, and I'll put the rhymes and whatnot. We put that together. So stay tuned for a new single title to come out. That's been mixed and whatnot by our brother Bossman Blake. Go and check out his YouTube, which is named Bossman Blake. So you have TNT with Mike and Jazz. You have uh, Major TV Let's Talk. You have Bossman Blake, and of course, our brother has been going. Another brother that's been going really strong in the paint when it comes to uh, doing the job. You understand? Doing the job. And that brother, his channel is OC the Great TV. He's been going in heavy to bring and encourage the support of Brother Ozone, aka Otho Wallace, aka Otho Wallace, who's currently locked up with some charges that pretty much anyone that knows anything about him knows that he's innocent of. And so, the effort here is to try to bring about an awareness to encourage the family to participate um, in continued raising funds for his case. We've got to cover the legal expenses so that way they can do their job properly without any hindrances whatsoever, because the brother's facing a murder charge. And I'm sure you can Google, or look at if you want to go, like I said, go to OC the Great TV's channel to get updated if you want to get more details about ozone and what's been going on. Um, and most importantly, I would encourage you to drop some dollars, to support the cause as well. Um, like I keep saying, we need to get to the point where we take these expenses as just part of what it is, in our day and time. Just take, this is part of what um, our circumstances um, obligate us towards. So going down the list, further down the list, and we have Sister K Money. Her YouTube is K Money Spoken Words, and she's always keeping the scene up to beat and people motivated, on the sound tip. A lot of times you'll see some collaborative efforts between her and brother Boss Man, team spirit. So yes, indeed, salute to her as well. Um, we got quite a few others, let's see here. There's a sister named Kiki. I'm gonna shout her out as well. Um, I believe that's how her name is pronounced. But anyway, she has a very unique way of presenting discussions and commentary on relevant matters that I think that uh, give a unique perspective. So I believe, let's see here. I believe I have I subscribed, so I'm trying to see if I did. I believe I did some time ago. Um, hmm. I've got a lot of subscriptions to different things. Fly, Nubian Queen, O'Shea, Duke Jackson. Um, I've got the Crimson Cure. a lot of interesting people, home team, who've got, so like I said, some pretty, pretty heavy things to talk about. Um, and they're pretty consistent, locks and load, pretty consistent with content. And so you have to respect them because they're putting in the work. And that's another thing about us that operate on these platforms, in so many ways, this this becomes a job of a sort of its own. And you know, I think that those of us who are real about this, who are real about trying to get certain communications out, um, to the people, that we need to make sure we're on the ball, on the job, because at some point the people depend on the content that's coming from us, you know, whatever type of content it may be. There's different things for different needs that we have. Um, so yeah, yeah, yeah. I've got a lot of subscriptions going on here. So anyway, like I said, check some of this out when you get the chance. Um, so as you know, like I said, I'm building on this book called When the World Was Black, and the reason why I want to do that is because I feel compelled to try to um, bring about a reminder, or sort of direct the focus to some points of interest that I think that we should pay attention to, or at least take note of, because um, if you look at society today, you know, the state of division, the state of, there's confusion, there's a kind of there's it's a messy desk, so to speak. Let me say it that way. It's a messy desktop. But one of the things that I've viewed, or been paying attention to, when it comes to us that talk about history, that talk about our past, our ancestry and whatnot, is often our talks tend to be in isolated context, or exclusive to anything else. And so it's kind of like, if I was telling you what life is like in here in Cleveland, Ohio, but I only limited to the scope of my own home. That's not going to it's going to tell you what the history is, so to speak, of the home, but it's not going to really give you a good scope of what's going on in Cleveland, Ohio. You understand? It's going to be a limited scope, a scope that's only connected with the perspective of my home. But if I were to say, well, I'm also going to talk about what's happening on the west side, on the east side, on the south side. It broadens an understanding of other things that are going on at the same time as the events that I'm talking about at home. Not only that, but if I extract the content from those who are residents in these other sides of town, or these other areas, is going to provide a perspective of what they see from their perspective in the same time zones. So I think that's important, because you've got a lot of confrontation, a lot of conflict that has developed amongst our people, and a lot of times it be something as simple as misunderstandings, um, because of the way we communicate, because of the choice of words or language, that we're communicating our defenses. Some people will try to say that, well, um, because they disagree with the other person's perspective, well, the figures or whatnot, the figureheads in their discussion or in their topic, oh, that person didn't exist, or this story never happened, or this didn't happen, or that didn't happen. And in a way, we belittle the integrity of each other. By saying that, I'm saying that, I believe that the scholarly amongst us, each of us are, we strive hard to make sense out of what we learn in our life. And it wouldn't be fair to belittle any of us, you understand, when it comes to the outcome or the results of our learning, especially when you know that, um, the persons are solid. Now, it doesn't mean that people aren't capable of error. We're not. It doesn't mean that we're free. That maybe there are mistakes. Maybe there was some things overlooked. But also, the flip side could be maybe you just don't know what they've learned, or you just don't know how they've come to their conclusion. And sometimes everything can't be said in a nutshell to get you to understand someone else's years of learning and years of experience. So we have to respect one another. I mean, I've seen some flamboyant, some fiery debates between like our Kemetic brothers and our Hebrew brothers, and Hebrew brothers and Muslim brothers and NOI brothers, and uh, 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 and on it goes. And when you really hear what each other are saying, the one person's attack mode is to try to discredit or delete that the argument of the other person, making it as if it never happened, never exists, or is just absolutely false. They have nothing to stand on. That's that tends to be, when you hear like the Hebrew brothers and the Kemetic brothers, or some of these other brothers, like 5% brothers or whatnot. You know, we have arguments where the objective is to delete the other person's position, and you know like I said, it's like, as if this person didn't learn nothing. Like all their research, all their learning was just in vain. Now, there could be some truth in that, but you have to give each other the benefit of the doubt. When it comes to history, the matter is even more complex. You understand? Uh, if you can think about your own history in your own life, you understand? If you can think about your own history in your own life, and how would you how would you tell the story of your life to someone else? And if you could do that, would it would you be able to speak of every single day and every single event that's ever happened in your life, or would you give them the bullet points of what stood out to you in your life? Most likely, it would be the latter. You would give them the bullet points of what stood out in your life. Um, and that's the way history tends to be. It tends to be recorded by people who, there may be some eyewitnesses, there may be some people of authority or whatnot, that like, especially when it comes to like monarchies and whatnot, they're going to speak of the bullet points that matter to them. You understand? If it doesn't matter to them, they're not going to talk about it, and it won't be written down in their archives. Excuse me. And even then, even if they were to compile everything that's happened in their kingdom, it's not going to cover everything that's ever happened. You understand? As you know, I had a conversation with a young brother named Brother Jordan. We were talking about dinosaurs, and one of the things that I injected into the conversation was the possibility that these are the same creatures, that what do you want to call, legend describes as dragons. Okay, and there being a lot of basis, for saying that. But one of the things we learn is that a lot of the scope of what people um, dig into when it comes to studying history tends to be from a limited or a select people's perspective. This is why even today, when we say the word history, we we're literally playing on the words his story, referring to the white man's story, because we know that in most cases, most of this history that we've learned in the West has been his story, or his perspective of what's going on in the world. Um, the reason why I brought up the dinosaur aspect is because it's the same. A lot of times you'll find an archaeologist or group of archaeologists who dig up a select few bones, and um and they may get some information, they may get some knowledge or whatnot about it, and some facts that come out of that, but it's not going to be enough to cover the whole scope of what's been going on Earth. You know, for example, uh, if you dug up a dog's bone, a single dog's bones, um, that's one dog. That's not going to tell you the nature of any other of the millions of dogs that have ever lived, because you've only gathered one. If you dig up one group of people's art, like a poet or a solitary historian of old, that's only going to give you a limited or a select scope or a select perspective regarding all that's ever happened in life. And some things may have been more of a factor than others, but one thing is that we're humans, and there's been, we've suffered from jealousy, we've suffered from, like I said, envy, jealousy, um different kinds of hatred, different types of confrontation that will cause us to try to, like when Akhenaten ruled, you know there was a body of people who didn't like him. So the minute he passed on, they went about trying to efface him everywhere they could. You understand? Some rulers would replace the image of their predecessor with their own image, especially if they didn't like him, or if they were just egotistical themselves and say, "Well, the only image that has the right to be around is my own image." So we're gonna. So that removes a lot. Not only that, but the nature of the way this earth goes. There's so much that can be covered that can't be uncovered because of how deep it's been covered. And I'm speaking of that metaphorically and literally. Leaves a lot to be known, um, especially when you build on a lot of truths that aren't always talked about, such as how long we as humanity have been upon this earth. When you understand how long we've been upon this earth, it leaves a lot to be wondered. You understand? Because through it all, you have to remember that it's humans that are being talked about. People who think, people who argue, people who fuss and fight, people who do, wondrous things, people who are artistic, people who are poetic, people who are creative, all throughout for the last hundreds of thousands of years. You understand? People who have motives, or hey, I want to go over here because it's too cold over there, or I want to go over this area because I don't like these people anymore. They get on my nerves. Humans, not animals, humans. So there's a lot of this that I want to dig into because, as far as I'm concerned, pretty much 99% of whatever we've learned concerning history, it all fits. It fits. Sometimes it's not told accurately by the speaker or by the person who's speaking about it. Sometimes it's not told accurately if a person is arrogant or if a person hates another person, so they don't want to talk about them in a favorable way, but it's all still there. It's all still there. And we have to do, any generation, just like any kind of knowledge, if you want to learn math, you've got to do the work to learn the math. It's in the book, it's in the writing, it's in the evidences, but you've got to pick up the capacity in you to learn whatever field of study you try to learn, that you intend to learn. It's not going to learn for you. So one of the things that I've been building on for quite some time is that is denouncing the separation in knowledge. You understand? Peace and blessings, Elos Guard. I think that's what you got going on there. Peace and blessings. Shalom, Leslie. So for me, like I said, what I've learned from our ancestors is that we are an abstract people. We see the wholeness, the essence of things. And so one of the things in my effort to try to restore the nature of my ancestry in me is to recognize the wholeness in everything, and that everybody has a part to play, including our adversaries. We couldn't be the people we are if we become a noble people. When all the smoke clears, when we come out of this and we become a greater people than ever before, it's because we had to go through this madness with these devils. Otherwise, what would it all be worth? Imagine we're still kicking it, kicking mud, kicking dirt, building our empires, building our infrastructures, but not getting anywhere because we're not challenged. Nobody's there to challenge us. Nobody's there to try to put it to us. These people came up in our lands, wherever we've been, because we've been literally all over the face of this earth, busted us up, kicked our behinds, put a foot in our behinds, and told us about ourselves. Let it, really, really gave us a reality check of what we're made of as a people. And look at where we're at today. We're just starting to smell the coffee. We're just starting to recognize. It's still going to take a bit more time to manifest what's necessary to really bring about the results that would revitalize us, that would revolutionize us and restore our positions in life. It's going to take some time for that. That's not going to be no overnight thing. We're still marching in the street with banners and signs and stuff. We've been doing that for years now. Every time somebody smacks us around, we go out on the street with signs and banners and stuff and cry. And you know, they look at us like, okay, well, who cares? Oh, I know what. We can bank off of these guys and make some money since they want to cry. Let's make money off of that too. This is how they are. This is how they are. So that's the reason why I want to really dig into the When the World Was Black. Um but before I do, this particular live, as you see, this is before we begin discussing When the World Was Black. Because I want to set the table a little bit. I don't dig into something if I'm completely clueless about what the topic is. So I like to be able to break down my own perspectives, regarding this matter, and the the reasons why I see things a certain way when it comes to just how everything ties together. The thing is some people might not be satisfied. But you got to remember this is the result of learning. May be errors, there may be things overlooked, but there also are things that may be worth considering. You understand? It all fits every aspect of our life. And if you really do the math, that's what I keep saying to people. Do the math when it comes to peace and blessings. I stand with Ozone. When it comes to um, anything that you do, you have to do the math and make sure it adds up. For me, what I have here to talk about, it adds up. And I start off, I can say like this. I asked the question, how many times have I heard it said by white folks? But we're all the same. We all come from Africa. Africa is the origin of all humanity, they say. But how true is this is my question, right? How true is that statement? I've read many books, heard many lectures, studied what has been mentioned in scriptures. I've watched the documentaries and whatnot. But one thing I've noticed each time is a separation of conclusions, stories, and so on. People, like I said, people give the story in a very narrow scope, however true it may be. I've heard the positions of many of our Hebrew brothers, and I hear sound, reasoning. I've heard the positions of our Kemetic brothers. I hear sound reasoning, but it's always an exclusive thing, as if nothing else on the earth mattered. You understand? I said, okay, well, while this was happening, what were people in Brazil doing? What were the people that were living in ancient China doing while you were doing that over here? Or while you were in the Fertile Crescent? Or while you were, in the, while you were the children of the Nile? What were the other people doing at the same time? What were the Aztecs doing at that time? And why? How did the interaction happen how did they interact with other people? What did the Olmecs do? How do you tie and string all this together? You have to remember we are talking about humans. Now, on top of that, before we even deal with any of that, we constantly are reminded of how old our ancestry actually is. Not 6,000 years. There is a body of people who have a 6,000 year timeline in their history. But hopefully, I'll be able to break that down through the course of the conversation, so we can identify how we got to the point of this exclusive 6,000 year time zone or whatnot. Um, then we can also talk about some other time brackets. Um, but it all, like I said, it all fits. That's the thing that I'm wanting to emphasize. It all fits, even those 6,000 years. But who is that relevant to? Who are all these features? Who are they relevant to? Like I said, you've got to think about who's telling the story. What are- what aims might they have? You know, some people do things just for fun. Like I said, you got to understand we're talking about humans. And just think about all the silliness that you've seen throughout your own life. And think about that hundreds of thousands of years ago. It's still us. It's still us. It didn't it's nobody else. It's still us. So let's see here. I'm reading the commentaries down here. So what I'm saying, family, is that in all of our learning and discussion about when it comes about our history, all the way up to the present, we have to connect with the fact that we're talking about us. There's a difference, though. There's a difference between us in the present, meaning us blacks in the USA in the present, versus how we've been for the past hundreds and hundreds of thousands of years. And it's partly because of what we've had to go through. But like I said, this doesn't bring us a bad story. It has a terrible uh, chapter in it, terrible few chapters to be truthful. But the story in itself, the whole story in itself, is not a sad ending. It actually is one that has the potential of having what you might call a happily ever after ending if we pay attention. Um, I believe that like I said, we needed to go through certain things to have the type of mindset that we have today. It makes me think of some fiction stories that I've read, but like I said, even fiction, there's some truth that it was based off of, where there was this race of people that they just for years and years and years this is the way they did things. They never changed. Nothing evolved from it. Nothing improved. No new developments. No new inventions. Just this. But sometimes another group of another race of people got involved, and because they were more chaotic, it caused these people to see things in a new light and improve on who they were. It didn't mean they had to become these people, but because of their impact, these people now were able to be pushed to the next level. Think of it this way. Like I said, sometimes you have to get your behind kicked to realize what your real potential is and realize, like, look, I was slipping back just then. My ancestors told me not to let the devil win, but I did anyway. And even though I did anyway, this was the outcome of who I am today. And now when I go back to my family, I'm 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 new. I'm a new person for the better. So I'm telling you, family, it's a real heavy thing here. I'm looking here. I've got all kinds of stuff going on. Shalom, light brown eyes. Shalom. Oh, I greeted you. So what I'm trying to break bread on here is nothing that exists in its trueness is vanity. Vanity. These are features of our mind when we don't have proper knowledge. Um, and the type of knowledge I'm talking about, knowledge of being, knowledge of existing, knowledge of the times. So what I'm saying here, my bottom line that I'm building on, is we're not the same. And I'm not talking about, when I'm saying we, I'm talking about those who we understand to be human versus those who are not entirely human. We're not the same. And we don't have the same origin. Okay? We don't have the same origin entirely. In scriptures, for scriptural based people who build on scriptures, you know of different types of entities. Notice, you've heard of cherubim, Nephilim, and seraphim. You know of Malaik. Um, Aliyun or aliens. Um, you know of oh, I can't think of it right now. But Anunnaki. These are all terms that we've used for, or Anunnaki. Of Neters, Neteru. All these are terms that we use that they all tend to be associated with ancient uh, existence on Earth, on this planet. Sometimes celestial, meaning coming from the cosmos. And as I say, when I say cosmos, understand I'm not saying anything spooky. If you want to know what I mean, look up in the night sky. It'll be very plain and clear to you what's being talked about. But when you stop looking there, when you forget, and when you forget your nature, when you forget how we got here, okay, when you forget all these things, even your origin becomes strange land. You understand? Strange domain. Even your origin becomes strange to you because I mean, when you understand just how deep our minds have been lobotomized, then, maybe you'll appreciate how much has been lost and just how much work we have to do to restore our minds. In so many ways, many of us, our minds, our thought process is on par with some of the lowest of animals because we refuse to respond to our circumstances as if we were in dire need to do so. And yet, ancestrally, if you do the research, we've been amongst the most superior people on the face of this earth. Many of them still exist today, although they are gradually becoming extinct because we've allowed ourselves to be conditioned with the little white lies. You understand? With the little white lies. And so that way, when we see ourselves in our likeness, we hate ourselves and we have no problem at the demise of ourselves in other regions of the world. Some of them being the most ancient humans that have ever existed. What if I were to tell you in my Morbius voice, what if I were to tell you that the most ancient people, the ones that live hundreds of thousands of years, not only do they still exist today, you understand? Not only do they still exist today, but they're all related. How can I put it? I'm going to put it in a very pointed expression here. They're all of one origin, one primary origin. And what if I were to tell you that anyone who happens to be, I don't know, people are going to hate this, you might find some people reporting this or something, whatever, but not one of them were white. Not one of them were white people. So the question would be, well, where do they come from? But what do I mean by this? Because we're going to build on all this. We're going to build on all this. It's a serious topic. It's something that, like I said, it's. I don't have to reference. I don't even have to reference some of the sources that might be seen as containing discrepancy or something, or that might be looked upon with suspicion. Because, like I said, when we deal with ourselves, we tend to be suspicious with ourselves when it comes to our knowledge. We have to. I have to, get Sean Connery or somebody to say it first, and then you'll believe me. So, but if that doesn't happen, well, who's his brother think he is? Who? Well, I'm just like any person who's ever endeavored upon learning. Well, how can you say what you say? Well, excuse me, this happens to be what happens when you learn. You build on it. Um, I know there's even people of that profess to be my brothers in faith. And I know some people on here, well, brother, I thought you were a Muslim, but just the other day you were talking about this, that, and the other, and I didn't know Muslims believe that. Well, the thing is, when you put us on a bag like that, you understand the whole context of what I said and what I mean, and it's all true. Okay, but excuse me for not, having the mind that you do when it comes to, me being who I am. Um, there are facts. There are facts that we have to deal with. The stories we've heard in scriptures hold true, but are only part of a bigger story. Many archaeological findings out there with many of the archaeological findings in the studies of archaeologists, they hold true, but there's also discrepancies. Science smothered in theories and conjecture. One thing, much of what we tend to learn about human origin is from the perspective of the eyes of Western people, more specifically, white people. I just told you earlier that they do not descend from the same line. They do not descend from the same type of creature entirely, that is. It's only partially true. And because of that, there are some issues that have to be brought up. There are some issues when it comes to what it means to be modern human. If we were to buy the concept of evolution, for example, we'd have to challenge whose concept of evolution are we talking about? Are we talking about the Western concept of evolution or our ancestral concept of evolution? If we take our ancestral context of evolution, then you realize that we've always been what we are as this type of being, and it's never been a point in time where we were some other type of being on this planet I'm talking about. Now, prior to that, that's another matter, because as we mentioned, I've already mentioned some celestial names, some superior names, if you would. When I said Nephilim, Seraphim, Cherubim, all these are Hebrew terms for our Hebrew brothers and sisters out there. Neteru, Anunnaki, all these are terms that we keep using to talk about the same thing. Talk about the same thing. And the people that we would call, what if I were to tell you that the people that are actually the modern humans are the ones that are being slaughtered, whose lives are being taken, who are being depopulated in their land as we speak, in the name of what, wildlife preservation, in the name of peacekeeping, in the name of gathering certain resources like fuel and gold and minerals. But this is what's happening right now as we speak. But because you don't know that these are the modern humans, you don't recognize, because when you see them, you see your own likeness. You see something that resembles you because you are of them. Then you don't give full resolve to uh, the plight of our ancestral kin that live to this very day. One example of those people, just so you have something to chew on for a little bit as we have this discussion. You ever heard of I'm not gonna pronounce it right. The Twa, the Twa. You ever heard of the Twa? Ever heard of the I said I was going to pronounce it right, right? This is an example of a real, true, modern human. Human. There's two words that I have to justify: that they're modern, meaning they're of today's time, and that they are human. Not everything that has this resemblance or likeness is entirely human. That's among the things that I wish to break down with you this evening. So, but we have to deal with the perspective. We have to deal with the perspective of who's telling the stories. For example, even in the dean that I am associated with, often the stories are told in an Arabized fashion. So much I'm talking about in the present time. It wasn't always the case, but in the present time, you would think that um, Islam was just about Arabs because of the way it is portrayed. But what if I were to tell you that that has nothing to do with anything, and that the term, the meaning, is something that transcends any Arab's ever existence. So, meaning older than even 60,000 years, even before there was ever a thing called Quran. You understand? I'm talking in principle and meaning, not labels, not titles, not anything like that. Um, Often, when we hear those of the so-called white race, like I said, I have to use these words plainly because a lot of times we want to bite our tongue. We want to say and try to explain something, and the problem with that is we bite our tongue and people lose the meaning. They then fail to understand what is being talked about. I don't like biting my tongue. I like telling you exactly what I mean as best as I can. So I am talking about white people, the people who you call today white people, also called Caucasian. This is about that, okay? And it's not meant to be offensive, okay? If you were to tell me a story about my ancestry, why would I become offensive? You understand? If anything, you'd hear your story being told like, "Oh yeah, that's what we did. That's who we are. That's our ancestry." Peace and blessings, Sister Lorraine. Nothing to be offended about if someone's telling you the truth. Only arrogant, egotistical, corrupted, evil, devilish people become offended when truth is being told to them. You understand? And they don't like that to hear it. So, give me a second here. I gotta stay on the ball when it comes to this setup right here. Let me do a little something here, like that. All right. So, okay. So again, perspective. One of the things I would ask is what happened to our own perspective. And what's funny is that we tend to we tend, as I'm talking about black people when I'm saying we. Whenever I'm saying we, I'm talking about black people. Whenever I'm talking about we, if I say brother, sister, my mother, my father, I'm talking about black folk. You understand? Um, we're some of the most gossiping people on the face of this earth. We got a lot to talk about when it comes to everybody else or anything else for that matter. You know, we talk. That's a form of passing on history, passing on time-based events. Hey, did you hear what happened to so and so? Did you hear what happened to he? Yeah, yeah, I heard that too. He was really he did that. He was over there. Really? Oh man, I didn't know it happened down. I didn't know it went down like that. History. That's history being told to you in present time. Okay. But often when it comes to, especially when it comes to the realm of education, in fact, many of us aren't seen as authenticated until we've been educated in European or white or Caucasian based perspective, opinionated, theoretical history. Even if it's authentic, it's still from the perspective of a select people. And often when we take from their perspective, we end up finding that it completely disregards all other peoples and cultures on an equal plane. You understand? You have to understand what it means when someone says white supremacy. Okay, I'm not talking about these little gangs and groups and terrorists that are running around rampantly in the land today. I'm talking in general about the philosophy behind that and what's actually operating many of the authorities in the Western governments today. White supremacy, right? Every other culture besides their own tends to be seen as less than or uncivilized, depending upon the presence of white supremacy. When we look at prehistoric times, so called prehistoric, understand what's being said. Prehistory means before history. Before whose history? Because this prehistory is building on before the last 600 years. So pre the last, I'm not 600, 6,000 years. Pre the last 6,000 years. Anything before that is considered prehistory. So who began to be relevant in the past 6,000 years? That's something you need to think about because that's the world existence, the universe revolves around whoever showed up or whoever became worthy of discussion in the last 6,000 years. We need to identify these individuals or these peoples. And how did it come to this? Um, when we look to prehistoric times, they even push the idea that humanity evolved from an animal-like creature until it reached its so-called modern form. By saying modern, they mean they mean the present times in which Western rule was prevalent, when in which they are factors, in which they see themselves as relevant to the timeline. So that's modern. The time of which they see themselves as the utmost factor or height of evolution, since for them, evolution is the story of something starting off as primitive and black and becoming what they perceive themselves to be a superior race of people. Give me a second here because I do have some imagery to go along with this here discussion. Let's see here. I got all these little things going on. Let's see. Is it in here? Yeah. So bear with me here because I'm taking my time so I can make sure these slides come out right. 1 million strong. Peace and blessings, brother Gary. So gotta make the transitions right. Um, so what I'm showing you here, um, wait a second here. In this image, you see, I'm gonna enlarge it here. Give me a second. And this hasn't always been agreed upon. Even amongst, I'm talking about amongst them. When I'm talking about, remember, we've got to deal with their perspective of the story, and it's definitely wanting. You understand? It's definitely wanting in substance. Okay. So what I want to do is I'm going to enlarge this right here. I can do that. There we go. Transition. All right. So what you see here You see an example of an illustration. This is one of the common illustrations that uh, European Caucasian evolution evolutionists or scholars of the evolution theory like to present. One of the things I'd like to remind you is that anytime you say theory, you're not saying fact. Okay, you're not saying fact when you say theory. Remember that, because a lot of times when even they say theory, everyone else takes these things as facts. Doesn't mean fact when you say theory. As educated as you may want to think yourself to be. But in this, what I'm wanting you to zero in on, if you don't mind, is the top right upmost images. The one that you see the line going to Homo sapien, and then right next to it, Homo neanderthalis. It's a hilarious image that I have to behold, and one of the things that I hope to break down as we go through this live discussion. You'll notice that the so-called Homo neanderthalis has more of a negroid, the so-called negroid, that is black. Negro means black in Latin, or necro. You understand? Um, and the Homo sapien, which is supposed to be the modern, the top of evolution, you see him as a Caucasian man in this image, in this illustration. And you notice that you see also that they are showing themselves as coming from a common line all the way to you get down to the hominin and the hominid ancestor. It's funny though that this lonely line, you see a lonely line that goes from there all the way up to the chimpanzee. One of the things that clearly exposes the idea of the white lie of evolution in this way I'm talking about, in this example, because everything else is evolving, but for some reason the chimpanzee just can't figure it out. As many times as he smashed rocks and scratched his head and swam across the river, climbed trees, he still couldn't figure out how just to get it together. And you ever notice that the persons that seem to find relationship or find kinship with the chimpanzee is the Westerner, the European. You don't find this characteristic amongst anyone else. You understand? Of the ancestral lands. So clearly, some people were full of themselves when they, you know, put together this illustration that they ascribe to being a million years of age, millions of years of age. I can accept that we've been around for millions of years, but understand who's telling the story. Okay, let me. Sometimes I want to take a little side note. A lot of motivation when I talk about these things. A lot of things, a lot of factors that I get inspired to want to put out there. But sometimes it's good to follow the path that I've laid down here. So I'm gonna give you another example. Let's see here. And they're doing the same thing. And understand, these are the perspectives of a known liar of a people. You understand? When you know that people tell lies, when you know that people have a habit of lying to you, okay, then you have to also question their research and question where they got it from, or question their perspective of its presentation, okay, which is what we must do. This example, let's see here. I didn't get the transition. Okay, there's the transition, right? Mhm. Hold on a second here. My transitioning isn't transitioning. Oh, did it? Did it transition? Maybe it. Hold on. Why transitioning is not transitioning. I wonder why that is. Because I can see it here. Hmm. So what I could do? Hold on a second here. Let me go back. Let me go out of this because I'm gonna show you this in a bigger in a on a bigger way without this setup right here. Just give me a second. So let's transition out of there real quick. Right? Okay. So what I'll do, since I've already got the folder open, is I can go ahead and yeah, I'll do it like this. I'll share it directly through this StreamYard here. That one. All right. There we go. We can do it like that. So family, this is another example, and you see the same gimmick. Notice the in this case they didn't really do that to the Homo Neanderthal lineages. They did this one to the Homo heidelbergensis. I can't pronounce the words. I'm not Latin, so I'm not even going to try. But just look at the negroidness of the image that I'm trying to get you to see, and understand that the aim is to present the final version as the ultimate, the cream of the crop, the best of evolution. It was all that's ever happened from Ardipithecus remedus. All of it was all just to get to the point to this final version of humanity, the Caucasian Homo sapien. That's what this story has been all about, all along. That's what we were here for. So everything else was not an intelligent creature, was not a creature with ability to reason. Everything else was less than until it got to the Caucasian Homo sapien. So, so again, when you tell the story, you can tell it how you want if nobody can beat you up about it, right? That's the thing you gotta understand. You can't beat me up, so I can tell it how I want it. And if you don't like it, I'll beat you up. That's what they're doing. That's what they've been doing. We know that there was some bogus stuff. Oh, get this guy. Beat him down. Get him. Drag him in the street. Hang him. I'm just saying this is what go down. This is how it go down. Right? You know that. You know that. Unfortunately, we haven't restored ourselves into a position of power. We haven't restored ourselves in a position of power, and so we're not able to harness the authority of our story. See, that's the thing. You understand that anything that goes down in history, it's always going to be emphasized and protected. Whatever version of it's going to be protected by those in charge, those who are in the positions of authority, and that doesn't always imply that they are in military authority. It also be um, if they're controlling the sources of knowledge, if they're controlling the sources of learning, and where you can only learn this, and this about yourself, while they will learn this, and this. That game is sort of fading out, as you can see, and cracks are starting to break through. Anytime you disturb the balance, anytime you disturb the divine balance, it's not going to go out. It's not. How did you think this was going to? How did you think this was going to turn out? Now you understand what's meant when the devil was promised respite for a time in the Quran. The Iblis, says, "Give me respite." Oh, you'll get respite before a time, but you still got it coming. You still got it coming. You can't avoid that. Burn a little now, just to remind you. Go outside and burn a little bit now, just so you can remember where you gotta go when the show's all over for this planet. You can't fly. You can't elevate. You can't ascend like the seraphim. So let's go. Let's. There was another one I wanted to show you. Another hilarious. So what you? I think got the brother like. The brother's like, yo, why they do this to me, man? No, we ain't never been. We ain't never walked around hairy like this. We ain't never been teddy bears looking, grizzly bear looking. But this is what they have. This is supposed to be the Neanderthal, and this is the modern human being. This is the modern human being, the Caucasian white man, in case you didn't know what I was talking about. This is the modern human being. The same image you see hanging in the walls of many churches. You understand? The modern human being, the cream of the crop, the supreme being right here. And this is the last phase of evolution. He was this beastly creature called the Neanderthal, black, big nose, just this animal walking around, scratching his head, scratching the earth, trying to find a peanut. That's the story they want to tell you. That's what they want you to believe. And they also want you to believe that this has only been going down like this for the last 6,000 years. So for the last 6,000 years, what's been going on the planet for hundreds and hundreds of thousands, like it said, millions of years, it all got to the point where, oh, this was all just not right yet until the last 6,000 years. Now, evolution got it right. Evolution finally figured out the secret to life, the secret to, intelligence. I'm gonna show you how bogus that position is. Stop sharing screen for a minute. I'm gonna show you how bogus that position is, family. Let's continue. Like I said, all the storytelling, that all the story of his storytelling is all good and fine in a very narrow and ignorant perspective. That is until you realize it was all a lie. It was all a lie. All of it, from the beginning to the end, it was all a lie. It's like me be as if I was a grimy person. But instead of describing myself as grimy, I describe my neighbor as grimy, and all the dirt that I do, I say he does it. Every filthy thing that I do, no, it wasn't me. I'm noble and honorable. I'm everything that could be everything. I'm that, this, and the other. But that person over there is a piece of filth. The very steps they use to rise to the power they have today, all a lie, mixed with grains of truth. Unfortunately, many of our people, the black nation, who have been subjected to both tyranny and deception, us who have been brought up misinformed and misguided, have had little choice but to absorb the perspective of the white empire. Much information that, if known, would enlighten us and revive in us the ingredients that made us once mighty people. For the past 400 plus years, they made sure to keep us in a darkened state of thought, so much so that we do not think as we once did. And whatever comes from them, we by default accept it as true and them as infallible. Now, in our times of today, they can actually tell us the truth, and we would not realize that what was being said is referencing our story and not theirs. Many of us even doubt and fail to see ourselves in movies which portray our ancestors being played by white actors, except when they can depict us in an inferior way. Try showing a black image of any known great of old, and most will reveal their doubts. Most show a black image of Krishna, show a black image of Jesus, show a black image of any great person that you've ever known that was actually black in their days. You understand? Any notable person, Tehuti, which they translate as thought. Show any of these elite, elevated ones in the flesh of bronzen skin, and we will not believe it. It couldn't be like that. I know folks that even believe the first human being described in the Bible, the biblical text, the first human named. Let me say it that way. The first human named in the Bible. They believe him to be a white man. Let's explore. Let's explore. Like I said, my objective, I like to, I like debates. I like friendly debates, but I like to, allow everybody to be, um, have their own grounding. You know, you're innocent until proven guilty. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, so many of us will be quick to doubt any portrayal of greatness in our likeness. Even though today, like for example, many of us that are about the movement, and even when ones of us stand up in positions of authority, we become doubtful. Any of us that stand up showing any sign of strength, any sign of nobility, any sign of elite qualities, and somehow, some way, I mean, even Jay-Z can't even be a billionaire without somebody saying something. I don't know the man, but my whole point is that it don't matter what we do. The minute we show any signs that we are on top of our game, it's our own people that give us the most shame. Have you ever seen the Black Panther movie and noticed there are some features in there? Many of us may have taken it with a grain of salt, not paid much of attention. But the portrayal of us in one ancestral way, and the portrayal of us in a way influenced by Western behavior. Okay. And the idea being that those portrayals of us in an ancestral way is not us, but someone else. And the portrayal of us influenced by westernized negative, corrupt, evil behavior is us and a different people. So they end up driving a clear wedge between us and us. But maybe you didn't see that when the confrontations took place. And the basis of said confrontation was one who wanted to go back to his ancestral roots versus one who was like, no, you this isn't you don't have a right to this throne. You don't have a right to sit here. You're not a part of this family. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine going outside your house for whatever the reason, you get hemmed up, come back, let's say 10 years later, and your whole family disowns you and acts like they don't even know you anymore? I mean, that's kind of what happened to many of us. Those of us that were forcibly brought across the Atlantic. Not all of us were brought across the Atlantic. Some of us were already here and have been here for thousands of years. But like I said, we are actually the true globalists if ever there were. You understand? Because we literally have been everywhere on the surface of the earth and have been able to live there, and take it as our habitats, take it as our abodes. So my hope is to build on um, the points that I've been discussing, and primarily the essence of why this title is what it is. Why this title? Why this title? Greetings, DJ. Why this is what it is. Um, so prehistory, and again, by saying prehistory, I'm speaking of the times before they were willing to identify their position in existence. Prior to that, as far as they were concerned, everything else was uncivilized. There was nothing worthy of note. Nothing did anything intelligent except them when they showed up. That's prehistory, before them. Understand that before them, because it's known ancestrally, archaeologically, it's known that we've been around for hundreds of thousands of years. Through even the most basic of archaeological findings, we've been around a long time. Talk about black folks, the real modern human beings, and we've been so for a long time. We've experienced so many different things on this earth. Um, you see, as we break down their lives, they are aware that many of us have come to accept what they say as factual and not in need of any further review. In other words, they recognize that we have become dumb, deaf, and blind regarding who we are and who they are. Many of us are not. I mean, we have fallen in love with our adversary. So much so that our adversary doesn't have the appearance of an adversary any longer. Our Bibles, our Qurans, even Bhagavad Gitas all describe the enemy in clear terms. Even over here, there was some paintings and writings and inscriptions making clear the image of the devil, the image of the enemy of earth. How can you know an enemy of earth? Wouldn't an enemy of earth do everything in their ability to destroy the earth? Wouldn't that be in their nature, in their way, to do everything to destroy not only the earth but its inhabitants? Do you know anybody like that? But you believe that we are all of the same origin. Let us all just sing hands, get in a circle, and sing songs together and get along. But how are you ever going to get along with one who is naturally, by nature, by the very nature of existing, your adversary? Nobody, it's nothing to make up. I mean, you can be deluded, but and keep on getting your head knocked in because you don't think that your adversary is your adversary. It's always been that way ever since. There's only been one effect to try to make a difference in that, and we'll break that down when we deal with these 6,000 years. Why the 6,000 years is so important in their story. So yeah, they've gotten used to the fact they understand well just how deluded we are as a people. You understand? Those of us that are awake and those of us that really see what's going on, we are a minority in this. That's why when many of us do stand up and speak out, we become open targets. We become an open target because they know that the majority of us aren't going to protect our own. We don't protect our scholars. We don't protect those that men and women of knowledge. So when something happens to them, most of us will be on the side of the adversary. Well, see, he shouldn't have said, he shouldn't have did that. Because we're all children of God. Let's just get along and love one another. We keep on regurgitating the same self-destructive um, chime that we've been regurgitating and munching on for the past years. You understand? The past 400 years. I don't want to say the early part of the 400 years because our earlier versions of us, we actually did try to fight. We actually did battle. We actually did have conflicts, but a division started to come in between, and that division was propped up and financed and encouraged by our adversaries because that division favored them and favored their interests. And what ruler would not sponsor and support things that favor their rule? Who does that? When we study prehistory, we generally read mention the following kinds of human or human-like creatures. We like to use the term man and mankind. Well, some of the most common terms used. You have Australopithecus robustus. You have Australopithecus cresceli. You have Homo habilis, Homo erectus, Homo sapiens, and then Homo sapiens sapiens. These are terms that have been used in Western studies. Some people say that the Australopithecus is the ancestors of the latter. I don't agree with that. Um, and that's only and the primary reason why I don't agree with that is because of our nature. You understand? You have to understand our nature is what it is for a reason, and it's not something that would first be an animal and then be something that manifests the presence of God. You understand? It just doesn't work out that way. And I believe that if you do your research on our behaviors, even in the past 1,000 years, you understand, and then add another 1,000 years to that and look at the behaviors, and you'll find that us as a people, I'm talking about us as the original human population, you'll find similar behaviors, similar features. That's why if you go look around in the Americas, you'll find buildings and constructions that are similar to buildings abroad, in even China, in even Africa, in even India, and you'll find that our behaviors as a people were the same, was very much the same. You understand? The differences were not from our people as original people, as modern human beings, as Homo sapien, but the difference came from some other species of so-called hominid, the interaction of Homo sapien with Homo neanderthalis. Let's deal with that. Let's deal with that. So in this image right here, we see the effort of Western studies making a bogus attempt to depict themselves as the cream of the crop, the best or final evolutionary outcome. Notice how the habilis and see here's because they can't get their story straight. One you'll see another type of hominid there, then it's habilis, then it's a different one because somebody found a knee bone somewhere in Alaska, and somehow that represents something. So they gotta refine their lie a bit. Um, Another thing I want to add to this is the nature of melanin. This is hereditary. This is a genetical inheritance that is not produced from a source that is not able to produce it itself. You understand? Side note. So they give us this story, portraying themselves to be the best or final evolutionary outcome that and let us reason. Let us try to reason with them, right? Let us see how they reason. Homo habilis, as you see in the image, hairy, woolly. Let me show you that other image again. Let's see, where are we? Let me share the screen again. Let's do that. All right. So here we have so-called Homo habilis, Homo neanderthalis. They can't make up their mind because they want to do everything to not portray themselves as who they are. And we have our brother there, smothered with hair. You know good and well you don't see no African walking around like that. You know good and well. Many of some of the most ancient ones hardly have a strand of hair on their bodies when it comes to their arms and whatnot. But anyway, let's see here. Hold on, because I got to get my this. Hopefully, I can see this at the same time. Yeah, I guess I can. All right. So The woolly hair, the melanated skin. You understand? Yet, according to Western or white theorists with regard to evolution, because evolution was so interested in excelling and reaching a supreme outcome to getting the best of humanity, the cream of the crop, the best of that evolution has to offer. That well, when we make this new edition of the human species, we got to get rid of the naps. The naps got to go. Oh, and that darkened bronze brown skin, the wide nose and lips, all that's got to go. So that way we get to this point where all we have is just this pale complexion, pale bluish eyes, and hair begging of pigmentation. Shrunken jaw, narrowed nose. Evolution is so advanced and so smart, it forgot that it was the melanated skin cells that were protecting the body from the harsh rays of the sun. Evolution, so specialized, so elite, so developed. So much for evolution. Taking away all the essentials for survival to achieve the best results? How about those 9 DNA strands or DNA series of chromosomes, that unite Africans? That is, black people. Well, if we were to use Western logic, the 9 series that all Africans possess naturally, which implies that they are at the height of intelligence. That the more DNA series you have, the more intelligent you are. Well, according to Western evolution says, nah, we gave them too much. We gave them too many things. So we gotta take some of those things back. Instead of 9, let's just give them 6. Because we want to create the best of humanity, the supreme being, the supreme race. So we got to take all the ingredients away that make you be able to survive on a planet that is 3 planets away from the sun. That's in the habitable zone. That close. We gotta strip the natural human the species that are living on this planet naturally of all of its ability to inhabit this environment soundly without damage. So now we have the supreme race. So, and what's funny is that while we got to have the supreme race, we'll just keep around the inferior race with the melanated skin, the 9 DNA series of chromosomes that show of intelligence, the same race that pretty much any genuine idea, any genuine invention originates from. We'll keep them around just for fun. Perhaps we'll get enraged and jealous and envious one day and just enslave them for 400 years. Just so we can feel like we are in control of things and dominating everything. You got a pet dog yet? Where we get that idea from, right? Where we get that idea from? Anyway, so this here is just another image of Western evolutionary studies attempting to depict blacks as inferior and themselves as the fullness and wholeness of evolution. Lies, lies, and more lies. But what do you suppose the Neanderthal If if this be a lie, what could they have looked like then? Let's see something here. Let's see what I can do. Can I do this or do I have to? Yeah, I gotta stop that screen and share this one instead. Uh, oh, okay. I guess I gotta open it like this because it won't let me. Give me a second here, folks. Zoom. Anyway, let's share this one. I don't know why it wants to present it this way. Let me see. How is it saved? I might have to save it as a PNG file. All right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. So what about this guy right here, or whatever it is supposed to be? I don't know if it's a male or female, but I'll let you be, the one to decide that. This is supposed to be a image or depiction of um, the descendants, if you would, of the Neanderthal. That's what this is supposed to be, almost like a hobbit or something. In fact, I believe that's in a variation of their name, a name that's a Latin version that means like hobbit or something of that nature. Isn't it funny how they've got plenty of stories about things that kind of sound like their own story, and it's supposed to be fiction. But like I told you, it's kind of hard to write a fiction story without having some idea in your mind that's of a fact. So let's get back in here. So anyway, we have that picture. And while we're doing that, let me just do this. Okay. So that right there, the image you saw there, would have been more, you know, of the truth of the nature of a Neanderthal or the likeness of a Neanderthal. Let me show you some charts here so we can compare some timelines, right? Let's see here. I can do it this way. Give me a second here. I'm just trying to rearrange the screen so I can see it and everything else I'm trying to do at the same time. So we can share this screen, right? Okay, that's good. So in this depiction here, what you see is a timeline. It's like a rough scale, but take notice of the branchings of the timeline that you see. Um, you can see two colors branching off from the black color. Also, you see certain question marks. You see the Homo rudolphinus. You see a Homo habilis, Homo erectus, and it's depicting them in an ancestral way. Then from there, and you see the question marks because they're not sure. Like I said, much of the so-called evolutionary idea is theoretical, right? But here, what you see is it branches off into two parts. You have the Homo sapien, and then it with its own part, and in that you see Africans, French, Han Chinese, Melanesians. Then you see it, the other side showing the Homo neanderthalis, the Denisovans, right? However that's pronounced. Notice the timeline. So the species, for some reason or another, split apart at the point of Homo erectus, according to this depiction here. And from there, you have the various branches, including the Homo neanderthalis and the Homo sapien. And again, notice that these are not the same branches, and so not the same type of creature. Um, Meaning one did not come from the other. Homo sapien did not come from Homo neanderthalis. Neanderthals were not the ancestors of original human being or so-called Homo sapiens or so-called modern human beings. According to the let's see here. I'm gonna show you a video here soon, but I'm gonna wait. And this is a video of a white a European a Western scholar or commentator or whatnot, who's going to be saying some things. But just hold tight, hold that thought. It is a prehistoric, so-called prehistoric fact that the Neanderthal never lived in Africa. Understand what I'm saying, folks? The Neanderthal never lived in the mainland. In fact, out of all the things that have ever, all the Homo sapiens, the human-like creatures, out of all of them, the Neanderthal never endeavored west, never endeavored south, or at that time, actually, they were the south. The way you see maps depicted today is quite different than the way they were depicted or the way the Earth was during the time of the Neanderthal. There have been many times where the Earth had altered its axis, and north was south and south was north. You even find in ancient Egypt, things referencing that nature. That's why Upper Nile. Where is Upper Nile? Upper Nile is in what's now south of Egypt today, and Lower Nile is in the northern area. So the chart shows 8,000 years ago, and that's important because that's when they're saying the interbreeding started. Um, I've learned 6,000 years ago. Here it's saying 8,000. I've learned 6,000, but let's take them both. We could say between 80,000 to 60,000 years ago, something happened amongst the human beings. Something happened and again, you have to look at this not like you're looking at animals, but people, because these are humans. They may have had an argument, philosophical differences. A meteorite hit one on top of the head. I mean, there's a number of things that can compel human beings to do something different than what they've been doing for the past hundreds of thousands, like I said, millions of years ago. So for millions of years, nobody, felt the need to go up into where the Neanderthals were living. Nobody, well, hey, let's go check out what the Neanderthals are doing. Nothing like that until 80,000 to 60,000 years ago. You have a population of people, and actually, that population was a minority of the people that were compelled to do this, to go up to mingle with the or to check out and visit the Neanderthal for whatever the reason. In addition, nobody ever at that time considered the Neanderthal to be a human being. No, you won't even when you find archaeologists to this day describing them, describing their nature or whatnot, they've come short to describing them as a full-fledged human being. It is said that at least a significant percent of the genetics is attributable only to people of European descent. that the majority of Africans and Asians do not have Neanderthal genetics, if any at all. And most importantly, the true um, modern human beings have no Neanderthal genetics whatsoever. So much for evolution. Let's see where these true modern human beings were living at during this time when people decided to go and visit the Neanderthals, amongst other things. That's not the only thing they did. Some of them just wanted to travel to other places we've already been. Another factor I must include is that the position of the continents weren't always the way they appear today on today's maps. Um, Different points in time, some of the continents were close together, some even forming a unified landmass, which also um, aids in the uh, the habitats that we once lived. This is it aids in the factors that are relevant there. So 60 to 80,000 years ago, like I said, the sources, many of the sources I learned growing up, they point out 60,000 years. But like I said, I see how sources of such information can be conflicting, and so one must learn how to sort out the discrepancies from those things which agree across the board. Okay, so even in this situation, that's why I said you could put it between 80,000 and 60,000, somewhere in that time frame. A population of original humans who lived at the same time as the Neanderthals voyaged out of the areas that they were commonly living in at the time. Also, I must remind you that this is only of an event of 80,000 years ago to 60,000 years ago. Mind you, we've been on the planet for millions of years. Had we done this before, or had we, encountered them before or dealt with them before? In fact, how did they get to the point where they were confined to that region? Let me show you the region real quick. Can we show that? Okay, good. If you look, this is about the This is pretty much the region that the green that you see there. They call the Neanderthal Range. That's pretty much where Neanderthals were hanging out. They weren't going anywhere else. They weren't in the Americas. They weren't even in Australia. They were pretty much in what's today Europe, what do you call Eurasia, the so-called Middle East. What limited them to that region? I mean, they may not have been of the capacity to relocate it somewhere else, or maybe they were hemmed up to that region. You'll find, like I told you, everything fits. You'll find in ancient scriptural doctrines from uh, the like biblical text, Quranic texts, and even Hindi texts, where a people or a creature called monkey men. That's the name that's translated from the word. I don't know the Hindi word, but it translates into monkey men who lived in the West. They lived in the West, okay? And there were certain elites, gods, if you will, as they're described, who bound them to this region. So much so that they would not go anywhere else. If you look to this day, there's actually a mountain range called the Eurasian Mountain Range. There's a mountain range that goes into it ends up becoming the Caucasus Mountains. If you look on a map, you see it forms like a line, the mountain shape, the shape, like a wall almost. You understand? Like a wall. You'll know that when land masses move, like plate continental crusts, when they move into each other, they form a very rigid mountain range. Like, for example, in the United States, an example that we have of that is the Rocky Mountains. The Rocky Mountains is evidence of a plate, a crustal plate beneath the surface of California, which is going into the land of the United States. It's like going in like this. So if you have the mainland of the USA, like here, you got the land part, the plate that California sits on, doing something like this. These are the Rocky Mountains. You understand? Can you see that? Yeah. These are the Rocky Mountains forming. But at the same time, this is why they say that one day California will be under the sea. At the same time, California is doing this. It's going under, right? Because of the way the the motion, the direction that the plate is moving. So understand that, like I said, understand that everything is relative. That contrary to Western belief, we were not cavemen ever. We've never been a caveman ever. For millions of years, we've been on this. We've never been a caveman, folks. I'm sorry, we've never been any caveman. We've never been a monkey. But we have been civilized people. We have been people of knowledge. We have been people who've experimented. We have been people who've explored new ways to do things or evolutionary ways to do things to try to challenge the uh, the known ways. You understand? I'm gonna say it that way. Um, a group of them, a group of them, such type of people existed about 60,000 years ago. You understand? And you know, the question had been often, I won't say always, but had been what to do. We've got these creatures hemmed up in this region. What do we do with them? What do we do? And for a long time it was taboo to have any type of relation. And it would make sense, I mean, that's like saying, well, should we sleep with the dog or not sleep with the dog? That's a no-brainer. If you have any moral values, you don't sleep with an animal. You understand? Um, and when I'm saying sleep, try to understand deeper into the meaning of the words. You do have people who practice bestiality. You understand? That didn't come out of thin air, but that did come from a corrupted sort of creatures. So, in a similar mindset, the original humans knew that this wasn't even something they thought about doing at the time, at least. No one thought about, hey, the Neanderthals look awfully nice. Let's go up and get it on with them, right? All that changed, or something out of that changed 60,000 years ago. 60,000 years ago. Um, like I said, all the stories we've ever heard, there is truth in them. We've even been told of a story, for example, the people who follow the NOI path. They're told of a story about Yakub, and in that case, you hear of a scientist um, who explored, remedies of, you know, what to do with the nature of genetics. You understand? But what he was dealing with, let me explain. If we can take that as an element of history or something like that, or someone amongst us doing these things, or groups of people amongst us doing these things, because like I said, we've been on the planet a millions of years. What do you think we did? Just twiddle our thumbs for fun? Like, oh, we're just gonna kick it around for a million years and do absolutely nothing. We're just gonna chill on this planet, spin around in vain. Where it stops, nobody knows. No, we were doing stuff, man. We were doing stuff. That's how we got here to begin with. We were doing stuff. We were, creating. We were manifesting. We were operating. We were dropping jewels. We were doing all kinds of stuff. You know, when you're in an existence where knowledge is infinite, I mean, it makes you wonder what kind of stuff we contemplated doing. Well, it only makes the reason that we contemplated what to do with these other creatures that existed called Neanderthals and such. Um, there was a period of time where there was an interaction between the human beings and the Neanderthal. Let's see if I can get us there. Here we go. Let's try this one right here. There was an interaction, and that interaction, whether it was willingly or unwillingly, that can be debated because some say that Neanderthal beast would raid areas where the humans were living. And that kind of makes sense because that would give a reason for them to be walled up and shunned away from everybody else. Because nobody wants a beast running wild, you know. But you also have a situation that took place. At some point in time, offspring were produced from the encounter of the Homo sapien, the human being, the modern person, the modern human, the one that was able to build and erect statues and monuments and buildings, uh, ignite fire, harness it and use it for useful purposes, had the ability to make clothes and designs and letters and writing, the human, and walked erect, upright, the human, the Homo sapien. At some point in time, 60,000 years ago, offspring came out from this. Now, if we reason again, if I told you not to go mess with these animals, I said, do not go and mess with these animals. We just don't whatever you're thinking about doing, don't. I'm trying to tell you, Junior, don't do it. And you go out there anyway because you think you know something. If you look in ancient stories, you'll even find some ancient stories where humans saw some of these creatures as fair, 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 meaning they were pleasing, they were pleasant to them. In the Bible, you see similar things. It's in a reverse. It describes these. It describes the sons of God. It says the sons of God found what? The daughters of man. You understand? These are ancient terms, ancient concepts that's being talked about. Okay. There's another story I was going to mention that's similar. I can't think of it right now. But my point is, people got hard headed. But I don't want to justify what they did or didn't or whatever the case is. But like I said, imagine you've been around a million years and things have been going on for kind of a certain way where life starts to get stagnant. What do you do for a million years? You're on this planet. What do you do for a million years? I mean, there's a lot of things that you could be doing. One of them just so happened to be the perhaps the curiosity or the investigation thereof, the Neanderthal, as you see right here. And part of the outcome of that had been that there was interbreeding going on. Interbreeding was going on. Again, 80 to 60,000 years ago. Notice, like I said, for the past million of years, before 60,000 years ago, all over the earth, original human beings were existing, in fact, coexisting with the again, I'm not going to say the name right. The Ardipithecus, coexisting with them, coexisting with Erectus, coexisting with Habilis, coexisting. In other words, in fact, there were bones, there was collections of bones or whatnot found in a established Homo sapien abode or area that was of Homo habilis. So humans knew of other uh, manifest beings. Don't let skulls fool you. You have to understand that that was a living creature, a living something at one time. You look at a skull, it's not going to really tell you too much of the behavior of the thoughts, the ideas, the aspirations of the being that once manifested those bones. It's not going to tell you that. It's not going to. All it's going to tell you is that something once manifested these bones. Something once lived here. That's all it's going to tell you. And like I said, through time, when you understand millions of years, a lot can go on. A lot can change. You understand? Just because you find a wooden plate in a bowl or a stone hammer or something in one occasion doesn't cover a million years. It doesn't cover the behavior, the habits, the ways of a million years. You may not even have the information relevant to that. You have to understand when these people came into the civilized world, when they became people of knowledge or dabbled into being something of knowledge, this was all new to them. So they needed answers. They needed facts. They needed things that filled in the questions they had. These are the people that had the theories, that had the wonders and the desire to explore. How come nobody else was trying to explore? We've been around for millions of years and nobody thought to explore. Why wasn't nobody trying to discover anything for a million years? You don't do this if you're already hip to what's around you. When you're new to the scene, that's when you find a need to, hey, what's going on around here? What is all? What is? Whoa! He's got some glowing stuff coming from from that stove over there. What is that? Oh, that smells good. What could be some? I'm just saying, this is new when you're new to the scene. Who was new to the scene? It wasn't a Neanderthal because they were still behaving like they were behaving. They were still scratching the ground, hunting, gathering, going around scratching the earth, for rodents and stuff to eat and living in their caves. But what we're talking about, family, what we're talking about is these interbred offspring. Because now something new has happened on the earth. According to the tablets, there's a passage that ascribes to some elite scientists, some elite. Understand, scientists means people who study, people who research, who build on knowledge. Um, well, they were preparing to do something because they, again, the question had been what to do with this situation. We're seeing these interbred offspring. What do we do with them? Because thou shalt not murder, right? Thou shalt not kill. That's a divine law. It's not just something of the Bible. It's been ancient, even ancient Kemetic. I know some people. Well, that came from that. That's where they got it from anyway. Regardless, it's still there. Regardless, it's still there. We pass down information. Let me explain to you that sometimes we'll do things in a way, you understand, to keep our story going. If, for example, I was with an enemy and I told the story in a way that was offensive to the enemy, do you think that the enemy would allow me to keep the story? Probably not. But if I change the direction of the story and change what I had to say about the story, all the elements are still there, but it doesn't sound like it's talking about the enemy any longer. Now you're probably going to let me keep the story. Thus, you have the Bible. You understand? So, because how else would our ancestors understand the wisdom of our ancestors? Millions of years. They see the problems showing up on the surface. They see the arrival of the devil. Don't you think our ancestors would have had wisdom enough to be able to challenge that, to be able to uh, counter it? How would they pass down their knowledge to their descendants any other way? Especially when the enemy is grown to be hip to game. You understand? Just as hip as they are. Not understanding the wisdom of our ancestors, but but understanding some of the logic, some of the tools that they can use at their advantage, which is what they've been doing that's caused them to conquer the globe. Just want you to think and realize how all this fits. It all fits. It all fits, family. I'm telling you. I promise you, it all fits. Every single page, every single doctrine, every single philosophy, it all fits. It all fits. We just got to recognize the deception that fizzled from the mouth of the greatest deceiver of all times. So these offspring we're talking about, these offspring, I'm asking, I'm putting it out there, say, we are a creature, we are a people, a being with cultural ideas and have always been. Something happened 80 to 60,000 years ago. It may have been religious, could have been technological advancements, or uh, contrary, scientific even. But something 60,000 years ago compelled a minority group to leave the main population. You know, when usually when you see a group of people over here, like a large number, and you see a small group go out, 9 times out of 10 they were kicked out. 9 times out of 10, like, oh no, you gotta go. You've been sleeping with those animals over there, and you trying to come back home? We done told you to leave them alone. Or let's give the benefit of the doubt that noble things are happening. Or you've been selected, recruited even, to participate in an enormous, significant experiment to change or to challenge the nature of being. According to some people, some writers, like there's a person by the name of, he calls himself Drumvalo Melchizedek, and he is the author of The Ancient Secret of the Flower of Life. And one of the things he is trying to explain is that um, that people, how can I put it here? Wording is choice wording is everything when you're going this deep into a matter. Um, that there's a people. He identifies them as Luciferians. Okay, he calls them Luciferians that challenge the natural accord and says basically, like, look, I see that you guys have been going about life and existence this way, but I think that there's another way to achieve the same, albeit artificially. And so, according to him, there's a Luciferian doctrine that builds upon the progression of things in an artificial way. In other words, the natural way to enter the kingdom of God, remember we talked about this in another live, was through a spiritual context. But for them, the way to enter the kingdom of God is through artificial technology. So the development of artificial technology is a byproduct of these people who are challenging the status quo, so to speak. And it makes sense that it's the status quo, because if the majority of people have been not doing this for the last million years, and only 60,000 to 80,000 years ago, suddenly this transpires, that says that, there was a difference in thought. That isn't necessarily bad, it isn't necessarily good. It could be disagreeable to some and agreeable to some, but according to the tablet, the body of learned or scientists says, we know something about this that you don't know. Quran echoes similar sentiments. When Allah tells the Malak, I'm going to I'm going to create man. The word that's used is not men, however, it's insan. Translated by most that many people who translate Quran is translated as something made from the dirt, right? Man, they say. Okay, whatever the case may be, the conversation is being had, and what do the Malaik say in response to this? They're concerned. Understand, Malaik are those on high. That's the translation. It doesn't necessarily. Angel is a very distorted and corrupted word anymore. You know, if I say those words, you might think of somebody with some hawk wings on their backs, and not someone of an elevated conscious status. Um, able to correlate with higher dimensions than just the third dimension. Anyway, they asked a serious question because, and one that proved that they were aware of the level of knowledge that was being talked about. They were aware when the Al Ilah, the God, said, "I'm going to create man." They knew it. That wasn't Chinese. He was a foreign language wasn't being spoken to them, but something that they clearly understood the uh, the context of. So much so that they said, "Well, hold on. We serve you night and day. Hold up. Are you going to create one that sheds blood and spreads mischief while we glorify your holy name? Is that what you're going to do?" And in response, the God said, "I know that what you know not." So I say that because we find something in one story that parallels with something in another story from another source, regardless of how the sources, how the information, maybe one is coming from the other, others coming from the one. Regardless, there's something in this that took place that narrates what took place 60 to 80,000 years ago. That was a changing point. Like I said, reason, people. Millions of years, nobody is thinking to do something like this. Suddenly, 60 to 80,000 years ago, something happens that's different than anything that's happened for the millions of years we've been on the ball of Earth. Like I said, even the elites were concerned. Like, wait a minute, we've been down here, we've been rocking with you for millions of years. But we know what you're trying to do. We know what this means, I should say. But just like any of us, if you can imagine you're an artist, you're working on a project, and you're at the beginning stages of it. I've watched some of these IG videos or TikTok videos where somebody splashes some paint on something and then starts scribbling and stuff. And then next thing you know, we're looking confused, like, wait a minute, he just messed up this painting. Next thing you know, he's doing this, that, and the other, this, that, and the other. Next thing you know, bow, a masterpiece shows up. But you didn't see it coming because you saw the mess that he made first, and you already made your judgment. So in your judgment, what? You just made a mess. You just ruined it. Mischief and bloodshed. You just ruined it. Why did you do that? Why did you splash that on? You just ruined it. That's what that. From my understanding, that's what that. But the artist will look at you like, I know what I'm doing. Meaning, I know what you don't know about what's happening right here. I know where this is going. You don't. So what does the Quran say next? When this creature was fashioned and whatnot, the God called out to this creature, and in the presence of the elites, the Malaik, the heavenly host, the conscious one, God conscious ones, and said, "Tell them their names." Let me tell you something, family. Up until 6,000 years ago, names or labelings like we use them today, nobody was doing that. Yeah, we had hieroglyphs. Yeah, we had certain things that were symbols to communicate very intense conscious ideas. Okay, but when you are enlightened, when you are one with the divine, you kind of don't need to write anything down. You just you know, you understand, you overstand, you understand. So it defeats the purpose of taking a book and writing A B C D E F G in different formulas. You understand. But when you don't know, and every time you see something, you've got to have some way to reference it again. What was that? Oh, it has this thing over here. Uh, turtle. We'll call it a turtle. Who do you know does that? Who do you know does that on the face of the earth? Only the white man. It's the white man that goes through the voyages of. Oh, over there is a lion and a tiger and a bear. Oh my! These people are they. These are the ones that have the thirst to discover and explore and wonder what is out there. Why didn't anybody else? Because they didn't need to. They were already in sync with it. We were already one with it. When you're one with something, the awareness thereof is already there. You already have it. You didn't. You don't. You write stuff down that you need to remember. You understand? If you have no need to remember because you are membered, you are one. You are a member, I should say. You are one with it. It defeats the purpose of writing anything down. You sing the same songs you've been singing for the last millions of years. But this one right here, this one has got something new to, that's never been experienced on the face of this earth. Millions of years, we've been rocking it like it's hot all over the face of this earth, doing this, that, and the other, creating this, that, and the other, manifesting this, that, and the other. There's no telling what we've been doing. They're in a million years, family, plus, and whatever else we did before we got here to begin with, from wherever else we came from, wherever else whatever else we've been through. Somebody wanted to do something different, to challenge the status quo, to challenge the status quo, artistically, so to speak. Why did you splash all that paint? Why did you do this? You ruined it all. What are you going to do? Create something that spreads mischief and sheds blood. I know that what you do not know. Oh, Adam, tell them their names. Are you telling me that from this point in time, I mean, to a ignoramus to say something like that would be like, well, how can you tell us? We know our names. I know who I am. I know who I am. I am who I am. They say, right? But this one's telling me who I am. Think about this, because we get so attached with these certain things. My Hebrew brothers, my Muslim brothers, my Christian brothers. Does Allah need you to tell Allah that Allah is Allah, or Yahweh that Yahweh is Yahweh? Do these are these names in any way relevant to the one you're identifying? No, it's only relevant to you because you are the one that's uh, being put in a position where you feel the need that you've got to identify your source with a label, whether you say that label or not. It is what it is. I am what I am. We are what we are. Whether you put a label, a tag on it, or hold on, I gotta get a label, like I do in my work. Sometimes some of the machines, I've got to print out a label and name it. I got to give it a name so that the other techs can recognize what the heck this is doing and where what network cables are associated with it. I got to put labels on each of the on each of the tags. But I know what's what. I know what I connected to what. I know that what you know not in this regard of the tech field. But other techs that show up on the scene that might have to repair, they don't. They don't know what I did. So you got to tell them their names. Tell them their names. Allah said, tell them their names. And when he told him their names, all of them, all of them were amazed, and they made obeisance to Allah, all except one. All except one. According to that, like I said, you got two known narrations of this story. Two known narrations. So in this narration, and this is like I said, this is sourcing from Quran. Quran. Um, you got to understand what it means to. Before I even get to that, what it means to have this nature to name things. Understand, in order for you to see the wholeness in you, um, in a reflective way, you appreciate it more when you see that which is opposite of you. You understand? When your nature is abstract, you get challenged by the linear, and that is the nature of the white race. They are of the opposite side of the brain, more according to even their philosopher, their psychologists. I'm talking about where they are stronger in a linear aspect. It's this linear aspect that wants to label everything. If you look to this day, they've got to label everything. Everything. And when you say when you go about and you, I mean, when I go out there and I've got something on my head or this or that, brother, what is your religion? If I were to say I just am, well, I don't mean that. You mean, are you a Muslim? Or see, you've got to fit in some type of category, some type of system, some type of um, organized body that they've been able to label in their thinking for them to be able to understand you. Because for them to understand you, you've got to be in their mental Rolodex of information. If you can't fit in there, it's a hard bargain for you. They won't understand you. You understand? I want to say this is the reason why it was important for Muhammad's event. You have to understand who Muhammad was and why he was important to them. Why Quran anyway? Why something? Why a inspiration that's in writing? Because you're dealing with a people who only take in information or predominantly take in information in a linear way. They can't absorb it. This is why spiritual knowledge is a challenge to them. This is why most of the atheistic people are amongst them, because they can't understand the spiritual realities, the spiritual truths that anybody that's in tuned naturally would understand, that would absorb it without you ever reading a page from any book. The truths become absorbed through your experiences, through your being. So when somebody manifests it, you simply recognize it, you know it, you see it, it's true. But when you are limited, when you are operating on a left brain, you understand, wave is different. You need to measure it. You need to microscope it, telescope it. You've got to write it down. It's got to have a label. It's got to have an identity, a term, a set, a division. This is not this, and this is not this. This is the cup. This is a can. This is a spoon. This is a pencil. This has got to be named something. Brother, everything is not the same. It's got a name. But I thought you were a Muslim. How are you sitting here reading the Bible? This is the mindset of a people who their brains operate in a linear method. So when you read their philosophies of thought It's built on a linear. Why would, if you've been on a planet existing for thousands of years, millions of years, why would you need to be taught the philosophy of thought? Why would you be needing to taught how to think if this is what you do naturally, instinctively? It's what you do. That's like, breathing. I need to write a book on how to breathe. So 6,000 years ago, 6,000 years ago, something happened again. But first, let's go back 80 to 60,000 years ago. We can already, like I said, if we look at this image right here, it's just relative. Don't get caught up into the particulars, because that's not necessary. The point is very plain. A body of people decide to leave the main population of people 80 to 60,000 years ago. The outcome of that involved a group amongst them to interact with another creature, not another human, another creature that existed called the Homo Neanderthal. Offspring came out of this. Offspring that was clearly identifiable by the main population of humans. And because of this, it was a concern. One, because the offspring would behave like their Neanderthal parents. In other words, like animals. So, can you imagine seeing a human behaving like an animal? You would think like, well, what's going on here? So, again, a group amongst the learned ones said, well, perhaps if we give them knowledge, if we give them learning, we can civilize them. We can civilize these ones. I'm going to show you another picture real quick. I'll show you this one. Because what I'm wanting to show you, I want you to see the regions of where modern Homo sapiens lived versus where they did not. One of the things we can agree upon from this point is that the modern human being did not live in Europe at all during this time. We're talking about not ever, because like I said, we've been all over the globe. That's why you find black bones or bones of our ancestors also even in Europe. Okay, because we did get around. And as we already talking about, in order for them to interbreed with the Neanderthal, they've got to be amongst the Neanderthal to do so. So of course you're going to find some bones of our ancestors even in Europe. But generally speaking, that is not their origin. The, while these Neanderthals were confined to this region, the modern Homo sapien, the modern human being, the main population remained in the motherland where they first were manifested. So, and as you can see, one of the primary regions tends to go into the heart, if you would, of Africa. The You've got like the Dogon, you've got the Twa, you've got the Hutu, um, and there's some other groups, but these are some of the ones that the names kind of stand out, that lived in these regions, and these are some of the most ancient humans that are still around today. However, they're being killed off because many amongst you and I are too dumb, deaf, and blind to realize that our enemy is actually our enemy, and our enemy, while we're thinking things are sweet, they're plucking off the most relevant factors amongst our ancestors, so that perhaps a time will come where, in their mind, they feel that they can rule unchallenged. Unfortunately, that's just not the way the laws of nature work, as they are gradually finding out. You only sleep for so long. So we've got to do something with these children of interbreeding between the human being and the Neanderthal. We've got to do something. What do we do? They can't just roam around and ravage villages and whatnot. But thou shalt not kill. Because remember, the complaint was, are you going to create someone that sheds mischief, that spreads mischief and sheds blood? Implying that we don't spread mischief and shed blood. You're about to create someone or something, a generation, a creature that spreads mischief and sheds blood. That's something that we don't do because we are honoring your holy name. We don't do this. Why are you creating someone that does? So I know that you what you don't know, and amongst those type of people, there were individuals that felt that look, these people can be civilized. There's a way to reach these ones, but we have to set an example. We have to set an example. So in that time, the conversation of the one to be created, the one to be made or fashioned started to become relevant. How should we make him? Let's make him in our likeness. Let's make him something like we are. Let's fashion him. Let's uh, skew his genetics. Let's graft them so that they are more like us in some kind of way. They're not us, but they'll be upright like us. They'll be able to think and perhaps reason like us. They'll be able to be civilized. At least that's the hope. That's the hope. They'll be able to be civilized. Okay, sounds like everybody down with this? Y'all down? Yes, I. No, I'm not down with this. Are you guys fools? We were created from the sun, and this thing was created from the mud. What is wrong with you folks? I ain't bowing to this thing. I ain't accepting this. But brother, we have a unanimous agreement from on high. This is this is an imperative command. This is divine. This is divinely sanctioned right here. This what's about to manifest. I'm sorry, but I just can't go. I just can't go with this because this clearly is not the proper modus operandi. Okay, well, I mean, if that's what you're going to do, but we can't accept you amongst these ranks. You know what I mean? Because when we move on accord. Y'all remember Ezekiel? Remember the Malaik? Remember the heavenly hosts that presented themselves before Ezekiel? You notice that everywhere they moved, it says they moved on accord. If they went this way, they were all on accord. If they went that way, they were all on accord. We operated. When we operated manifesting knowledge, we operated on accord. But one of us began to manifest something different. And so the path became something different for this one. The Quran identifies this one as Iblis. I know there are brothers out there like, well, he was a jinn. Well, no, that's not what it says. Because in the audience of the Allah, it says all the malaik. and this one was included amongst them, meaning a malaik, meaning an honored, meaning an elevated, an elite. But at this point, you have something that echoes the story of Icarus, that echoes other stories of one who had fallen from their position. And you find traces of these stories all over the globe. That some group of people or some entity or some concept or some principle or some body or population fell. That's not necessarily saying a negative or a positive. Again, you got to get out of the mindset that good or evil is being talked about as in itself. There is a concept called good and evil, agreeable, disagreeable, but that needs to be understood in perspective. Because as I mentioned to you, the nature of these things in and of itself is perspective from person to person. A bee stinging you is evil to you, meaning you don't like it. It's disagreeable. You don't want this happening to you. But to the bee, it's good because that means you leave it alone. That means you don't go to its hive and bother its queen. So as far as the bee is concerned, it did a good deed. As far as you're concerned, it did a bad deed. And so the story continues. So development starts to take place. Examples were needed. Examples for which to develop these people or these partial people into a civilized behavior. If you look in ancient Hindu texts, the first phases of these things came in the form of direct heavenly or cosmic presences. You understand? Your Bible mentions sons of God. You understand? Again, mentions sons of God. We're talking about now. We got to the point where we're talking about this. We've already crossed over to 80,000, 60,000. Now we're getting a little bit closer to home. 6,000 years ago. 6,000 years ago. In ancient European writings or ancient Greek writings, some of their oldest writings are attributed to one known as Hermes. Again, if you understand the way names go, often names are titles. They're not the actual name of the one being talked about, but titles or attributes describing something about the person they're speaking about. Some people say that Hermes was the same person as Tehuti or Thought, as they call it, pronounce it Thot. If you know who Thought is, Thought was an ancient uh, person of Kemet or personality, and so what you have when you hear about Hermesis, what you have is basically one of the prime examples of whitewashing history to make it them all along. It wasn't all along you. You didn't even know how to wash it behind a few years, 100 years ago, before the Moors came up in there. You weren't talking. You were not talking. I'm sorry, so and so of the white folks. You weren't talking this talk before the Moors came up in there. You weren't talking. You were still scared of witches then. You were still scared. You were scared of people who were mixing stuff just to make a potion. What are you doing? A witch! Kill her! You were still doing that before the Moors came up in there. Like I said, everyone has a story to tell. Understand that it all fits. It all fits. Salute to the Moorish brothers. Salute to the Hebrew brothers. Salute to the Kemetic brothers. Salute to the native brothers of this land. It all fits. It all fits. It all fits. You have to break the chains of believing their lies. That's the ultimate challenge that you've had to do within. This is part of the reason for their presence. You can't know what it means to be on high without being brought low. How can you appreciate it? and what will bring you low, but an adversary that's able to kick your behind. I mean, understand, you don't learn a lesson from somebody that you can overpower and manhandle. But if you get manhandled, if you get your behind kicked all over across the planet, now wait a minute. We were just kings and queens running the whole world, and now we just got our behinds kicked, and we're sitting here scratching the earth on welfare, looking for food stamps. Just saying, family. It's a lot of waking up to do if you want to be the real you. 6,000 years ago, began the process of civilizing those who were those who broke away and mingled and partook in the interbreeding processes. Like I said, whether this was a good thing or an evil thing, that's another matter. Because you have to understand, we're dealing with a people who were closer to what you might call God consciousness than not. Was everybody like that? That can be questioned. Was everybody on their square over the millions of years? Were there any idiots amongst us during those millions of years while we were on this planet? Were there any dummies? I mean, of course, if a person from Italy voyaged into Africa and landed upon a tribe that didn't have their stuff together right, he might assume that all of Africa was like that because that was his experience. But he's the bigger dummy because he thinks that everybody's like that. And the thing is that sometimes what you think is dumb may actually be more superior than anything you were coming with. If you look at our times today, many of the natural ways that people have been living for millions of years, for thousands of years historically, as far as uh, uh, what people can present, all of a sudden, white folks are starting to embrace simple ways of living, natural ways. They're starting to embrace these things as if they were doing it all along. You know how they do. We can't even braid our hair without them braiding their hair a certain way and then acting like they've been doing it all along and they set it off. They're the ones who started it off. Shoot, even a transvestite can't even win a race. I'm talking about a black transvestite can't even win a race and be acknowledged it. But then as soon as a white transvestite wins a race, they get all props as if they were the first ones to do. I'm the first transvestite to win this race. No, you weren't. There was a black transvestite that won before you did. That's okay. Yeah. I'm just saying, folks. I'm just saying, when you've got to white lie your way around the world, it says a lot, and they won't stop even to this day. You can't even be in a conflict with your own people on the other side of your own axis without saying, "Well, why is this happening? We're white people. This shouldn't even be happening." That's what they said. That's what they look. Google it. You can Google it. That's what they said. That's what they said, folks. Are you making fun of white people? No, I'm not. I'm just commentating on the things that have been going down for these past years. I'm not making fun of anybody. I'm commentating. And the reason I'm commentating is because I believe my people are, deserving of a wake up call. You understand? We've been asleep long enough. So, after some point, you start waking up. You gotta, you know, echo that. You wake up, hey, wake up. Don't you see the sun is up? It's time to get up. Wake up. Tell him to wake up too. Hey, wake up. The sun's up. It's time to get up. So you have a lineage mentioned described in the Bible and the Quran. There's a lineage starting from this first person who we can say historically represents the first amongst this matter in the Fertile Crescent, because that's where these stories are all being talked about, is the Fertile Crescent, which happens to be adjacent to the Caucasus Mountains. Um, so the first attempt to deal with the people who were um, removed from the Garden of Eden. You don't know about that? The Garden of Eden. What did it say? The garden. It gives you a clear description of its location. Africa. Okay, because east of Eden is where the garden was. East of Eden is where the garden was, and where this Adam and Hawa, Eve, uh, walked about the garden. East of Eden, which east of Eden includes the Tigris and Euphrates, the Nile. All these are rivers east of Eden, and some of them encompass part of Eden. Okay, so this was the first attempt to manifest an exemplary behavior that could be that they could be able to deal with or cope with. You have to understand the difference between being right brain and left brain. The difference between being an abstract people who deal with the essence of things versus a people who have to measure time and space. You understand? Who have to name and label. It's a whole different lifestyle. Naming and labeling versus manifesting versus bringing into being. Kun faya kun, be, and it is. It's a different lifestyle. Millions of years, family. Millions of years. What do you do for millions of years? That's all I'm at. What do you do for millions of years versus 6,000? So as time goes on, few things happened, and I think even the book called the Destruction of Black Civilization points some things out regarding the events going on in the Fertile Crescent. For many, many dynasties, there's been conflict in the Fertile Crescent at that point. When you have to understand, when these people started to become civilized, a lot of problems started to happen because you still were dealing with beast men, monkey men. You were still dealing with them. You were still dealing with just a lot of conflict that started to develop from the people who migrated eastward of Eden, eastward of the motherland. You know, you could even say that many of them started to forget their origins. But in any given case, you know, different forms of manifesting ego took place. And with that conflict, if you look on even the maps that we're talking about here, you see three bodies. Even the European will acknowledge three bodies of people, three bodies of hominids. They'll tell you about they'll use the term Negroid, Caucasoid, and Mongoloid. If you look on the map there, you can clearly see where those pieces fit for as far as their narration of the story. Where you see the Negroid, the Caucasoid, and the Mongoloid, respectively, in that order. But again, this does not identify them as in any way having a common origin. And for that, we got to understand something here. Because I know I could hear my Hebrew brother shouting out about Japheth. Oh, the Europeans came from Japheth. No, the Europeans came from. We could say that the Europeans came from, or Caucasians came from Japheth. We could say that, but that is not their ultimate origin. That is the outcome of interbreeding. You understand? That was the outcome of their chain and eventually meeting into the family of Noah. You understand? Who's the father of Japheth, Shem, Ham, or Ham. And from them, you have these generations. If you remember the locations that these three lived, you know, but you have to understand that there's groups of us that for them civilization started 6,000 years ago. So their timing for thinking of beginnings and whatnot is in a short term and not in the long term. Is not um not a lot of room to work with when it comes to developing and growing and becoming. You understand? Not a lot of room to work with when you're just dealing with 6,000 years as being the time frame of what you've been living on this planet. Even though you could sit right next to bones that speak of hundreds of thousands of years at the least. You have to understand that these people being talked about, um, let me say it this way: going into what it means to be the descendants of the prophet Abraham, the patriarch Abraham, is a very, very weighty thing. Let me ask you, where was the prophet Abraham initially? Where was he living when he was called Abram? He was living not in Africa, not in the Middle East, but he was living in Middle Asia, an area called Chaldea or Asia Minor in some on some maps or whatnot, which puts him between the borderlines of where the Neanderthals lived and where, as you see, the the Denisovans lived, or Mongoloids, Caucasoids. Understand something clearly. We're dealing with the people who are a combination of this and a combination of the migratory effects of people who came from the motherland. You understand? Remember, 60, 80,000 years ago, movements happened that came out of the main population. These movements interacted with the hominid creatures that were already existing in those lands, which means that interbreeding took place, as we already have discussed. The outcome that we're talking about 6,000 years ago is a relevant factor in that this was an effort to enlighten, to elevate the status of people brought down low because of the outcome of interbreeding. The more people were inclined to the animal outcome of their ancestry, the more they were shunned and pushed in that direction. Remember, even the prophet Abraham and his descendants would shun people who went among the people of the Canaanites because what? They sleep with animals, quote unquote. They sleep with animals. Understand what's being talked about. We're not talking about cats and dogs here. We're talking about they sleep with the descendants of the Neanderthal human interbreeding process. So they were perpetuating, in other words, they were continuing to propagate the interaction or the descendancy of Neanderthal genetics. That is what the forbidden thing was to do. You understand? If you want to stop something that was corrupt initially or had corrupt uh, outcomes, you forbade um, the interbreeding process. You understand? You forbade the interbreeding process. And so, of course, we don't all behave. Many of us, we did behave. So some of the ones that wanted to do things the right way, they listened to Prophet Abraham. They listened to those who were amongst his lineage and amongst their principles. Where did they get their principles anyway from? I know somebody. Oh, they got it from Allah. But what do you mean by saying that? What do you mean by saying that? What do you mean when you say that and the Holy One stood on the mount and the Holy One walked through the garden? What are you talking about? Sounds like manifesting going on to me. Because otherwise, you have to deal with wheresoever you turn your face, there is the face of Allah. Closer to you than your jugular vein. We are closer to you than your jugular vein, Allah. So you understand the nature of manifestation, what that means, what it means to say kun fayakun, be, and it is. But Abraham was in Asia, or Middle Asia, in Chaldea. It was not in Africa. However, even his origin can be rightfully said to have come from Africa. I mean, after all, he was even moved to marry um, a notable African woman. You understand? By the name of Hagar, who was not a servant or a slave, but she was actually a princess. She was of royal lineage. You understand? And he also took upon himself Sarah, who had more of a what do you call it, a Semitic lineage. So during the process of the 6,000 years, you've got to understand who the people of Abraham were. These were some of the people who had left Africa many years ago. This is what the Kemetic brothers are complaining about. Although they're erring by saying that these people never existed at all. Somebody existed. You understand? Some groups of people existed. Something happened in Middle Asia that later on ended up influencing Arabia and the Fertile Crescent. Something happened, and it wasn't the people of Kemet that were doing that at that time, because they had encountered problems. We've got to remember, a lot of problems were happening from Persia, from what was the name of that empire? Um, I can't think of it right now, but another Persian based empire, and they were in conflict for whatever the reason. The whole point is that the when the Egyptian empire, when the Kemetic empire began to decline, the hold on to Egypt itself started to be challenged. So much so that its inhabitants began to become diverse. You understand? Where it could be a significant population from Persia, from ancient Greece, or I mean ancient Rome, and back and forth, and even the Kemetic will will move back in again and fight and get their space back again. So a lot of things were going on a world scale as far as war and stuff. But what we're talking about, when we're talking about Abraham and people, we're talking about people just down on ground level, regular people, society, things going on in society, the yous and me's in the neighborhoods. You understand? So while all these things were happening, individuals, you still got to deal with the realities that were going on at large. Like I said, if you zoom the camera out a bit, you understand? Sometimes you got to zoom in to see the details, zoom out and see what humanity was doing as a whole. What caused this drama to begin with? If we've been here for millions of years and there's no evidence of conflict before 6,000 years ago. You have no evidence of any type of conflict before 6,000 years ago. Something happened 6,000 years ago that brought about drama. Remember that mischief and bloodshed we were talking about? It started to manifest. The very concerns that the elites, the heavenly hosts, the Malaik were concerned about started to manifest. The things they were very afraid of happening, and here it is. The mischief and bloodshed makers are now starting to manifest. And the more positions of power they will, gain, the more said mischief and bloodshed manifested. So again, we're still dealing with like the map you see right here. You're still dealing with the same types of uh, population of beings: the Neanderthal, the Homo sapien, and the Denisovans, or I can't pronounce the word, but those. Meanwhile, in Africa, modern human is still living, but also in other places. You understand? You got to understand that when we move around, even those who migrated out of the main population, many of them still didn't get involved with any of this. Many of them still were carrying on their ancestral ways. You understand? I mean, whatever activities had been going on was still going on. That's why you ended up with like the Olmec, monuments and whatnot in the Americas. Some of the most ancient, findings in the Americas. You end up with the Aztecs, the Mayans, the Zeptec, the Zinca, I can't think of all the names right now, but it's all there. It's all there. And so, but what you got to understand here is while these conflicts were happening, the people who would become the white race, the Western race, still were not a civilization yet. These elements are the outcomes of people who had migrated. I'm talking about the conflict, the battle, were outcomes of people who had migrated out, people who were the descendants of the interbreeding of the Neanderthals in general. You understand? But 6,000 years ago was the starting point of what you call grafting. You understand? Of the results of grafting. I won't say grafting because the grafting had already started, but the results of the grafting. Like I said, you're taking a select group of people and removing a select group of people from them so that a specific stock of people will become bred. You understand? If you look on in any history book, you'll find the older Greeks. The older ancient Greeks were not white. Hittites, they weren't even white. These are some of the older people who lived in the area. They weren't white. So when did they become white? They become white when this interbreeding process took place. Let me tell you something, because I know that there are all kinds of evolutionists out there who will say, well, the reason why we're white and black and this and that is because of our environment. No, you're liars. We've been all over the planet. Even Eskimos are people of color. They're nowhere near the sun. They're not pale. They're people of color. They're reddish brown. So what do you say about the Eskimos who've been living there? So much for being environmentally mutated. That's not what happened at all, according to findings, archaeological evidences, and things of that nature. So you had empires that were living in Europe that were occupying those areas that were people of color. But this population, this select population, this that started to boom actually um, from the Caucasus regions. You understand? Some of the first manifestations of them, first forms of them, are people who ended up being like the ancestors of Turks and people like that. Um, then you had other groups of people who uh, some they call them Cro-Magnons. You understand? I think that like the image that I showed you earlier, earlier is kind of an ancestral likeness of like people from Ireland. You ever heard of Ireland? It's a island near the United Kingdom. Um, Fire dancers and people like that. Who do you think they got these ideas from? They'd be fire dancers and stuff. Where did these things come from? What would make them want to be fire dancers? And see, here's the thing. While these conflicts were happening, in most cases, the new upcoming species of being, this kind of man, this new kind of man, they at that time they weren't in opposition to the original people. In fact, as they considered them as deities, as gods. When they looked at people in the motherland, the people, they saw them as gods. They didn't see them as inferior. You understand? That came later when they started feeling themselves, right? Okay, hang tight. So I want to make sure I stay on track here and get out the details. So you can say that the people of Abraham and his ancestors and his descendants were people who were amongst this body that wanted to uh, restore a sense of God consciousness in a people who started to take on the behavior of the animal people. You understand? So at this time, these people, they were still black folks at that particular time. You understand? Unfortunately, they were among the black folks that got a little confused when it came to these beasts. You understand? That's the reason why you would need people of guidance, people of divine inspiration. Again, let me tell you that none of these individuals, none of these prophets, or none of these messengers, whatnot, had anything to do with what ended up being the Caucasian race. Okay, the only one that we can get close to that or to that type of thing is the Prophet Muhammad as being someone with something that has to do with that. But even there is questionable because it is well known that the blonde haired and blue eyed were adversaries of Arabs during their times of battle and war. I mean, literally, Arabs were petrified of Roman people, and the Romans were blonde haired and blue eyed, like the Macedonians and all of them. They were blonde haired and blue eyed. Arabs didn't like these people at all. They did not like. They did not like these people. In the Quran, Surah Taha, it talks about them being snatched up in terror. The blonde haired and the blue eyes will be snatched up in terror. Taha, one Surah Taha, I believe it's the 112th or 102nd verse. They didn't like them. There's many reports of sayings of the prophets, talking about the issues with them. So and understand that it says in the Quran that to every nation a messenger was sent. Somebody, of enlightenment, somebody of knowledge, somebody of God consciousness. I'm talking about with message, with communication, divine communication, if you would, to every nation. So we're talking about every nation. Okay. So who was the man for the Caucasian nation, or were they a nation at all? And if they weren't, when did they become a nation? So we got a lot of things to deal with here. One of the things that you've got to understand is the um, the different types of interaction that have been going on this planet um, for some time. Now, in this kind of way, I have when I if I'm getting spiritual, it is intentional, but I'm also speaking celestial. I'm also speaking cosmically. You understand? I'm also speaking in a way that deals with the above as the below. Everything that you see here is not always associated with the way of living as you and I are have been led to believe it to be. Understand that the type of rituals that many of the elites amongst these groups participate in. Understand where these rituals and habits and behaviors come from. There's a surah in the Quran called the jinn. Jinn is an Arabic word that means Satan's or devils, right? And in that, it talks about a group of devils, shayateen, that accept the truth, meaning they're down with the cause. But most of the devils are not. How come it is for many, many years, for many centuries even, everybody on the planet Earth, every community, every nation knew who the devils were without question. Nobody questioned it. Nobody was confused about the matter. If you look in history and look at their examples, you'll see depictions of the devil. You know what's funny is that not all of the depictions are white. Not all the depictions of the devils are white. Some of them are black. In fact, it could even be said that the earliest versions were black. And it makes sense because you got to think of the people who had the nerve to violate the divine protocols and leave the main population and sleep with animals. We're told even in the biblical scriptures that that's an abomination. It's an abomination to sleep with animals. Just saying, family. It's in there. It's in there. I mean, do what you got to do. Do whatever you want to do with it. It's there. So one of the things that I hope to do, that I'm hoping will be achieved out of this conversation, when we dig into when the world was black, um, is we'll be able to reflect upon all that's been talked about with an eye on who's telling the story, their the way we identify authenticity, the way we measure authenticity, things of that nature. You understand? And really, what is the outcome that we want to achieve when we build on this story? What is the outcome that we want? Um, because at the end of the day, this type of talk is only for our benefit, family. This type of correspondence is only for the benefit of our people. Why would it? How could it possibly benefit anybody else? Some people say, well, why are we complaining the way we are? Why are we talking the way we are? Why are we going through? Why do we have the type of concerns that we have? Because our problems, our issues, our concerns are different. We've we've literally been involved with every type of or aspect of existence on the planet Earth. We've not only been brought up as quote unquote gods, but we've actually slept with the devils too and produced offspring. So we've literally done a lot of very significant things. We made a lot of significant moves while being on this planet. And so, one might ask, well, what is it that that group amongst us knew that no one else did? What was that they knew that no one else did? When they said, "I know that which you know not." What did Allah know that you know not? What did He know? And I think if you pay attention to what's going on in today's time, you'll see that ultimately, as much as you want to go against the nature of things, the pattern in which everything has been made, it's not going to succeed. When you are contrary, you will never succeed. You can only succeed when you are in agreement, when you're in sync, when you're in flow. That's the only way. Um, and we can continue playing dumb as though what's taking place isn't. You know, um, what's taking place. What I mean by that is that our adversary is in fact our adversary. We do have an adversary. I'm not talking about that we can be an adversary amongst ourselves, our own worst enemy, but we actually have a natural adversary. We have a natural opponent by nature, by default. You didn't have to do nothing for it to be what it is. We have a natural opponent, and you can. I mean, you can be in love as much as you want, but eventually, the face of truth will be what you see manifesting. I mean, that just is what it is, family. I think we'll benefit in some way from building on this book, from building on this, because I'm hoping that we give the type of listening that is not the type of listening that makes one arrogant. That's not the objective. This isn't about you know taking on arrogant qualities. But like I said, you can appreciate an elevated status better when you're brought low. We can appreciate where we once were as a people better when we've been brought low. So we had this coming. We had this coming. What if I were to tell you that even the story of Iblis, or of the rebellious one, involves us? What if I were to tell you that when all these things were happening, still white people did not exist? Neanderthal, yeah. But I'm talking when we got to the point where we're saying white people, we're now talking about a civilized a human being. Now we're talking about a people that are operating where they can communicate, where they can talk, where they can do stuff. Now, when before we're talking about animals, we're talking about beasts. Um, and that's a big factor. That's a big factor. All right, let me see something here. I've got a lot of things going on here on this chat feed. What is going on? A lot of commentation from Elos. Yeah. Just looking over these things here. So the question a person might ask is, well, what if everything is what it should be? What's the purpose of the presence of the white race? It's the same, if not similar, to the purpose of the presence of anything. See, before all this, here's the thing you've got to understand: we didn't have the problem of challenging the natural direction that things went. If some whatever came into being, think about it. If a bird came into being, nobody said, "Hey, there's a bird. What should we do?" If a new kind of frog came into being, "Hey, there's a new kind of frog. What should we do?" We saw it, we accepted it, and moved on. Maybe it's something we can eat. I don't know. Or maybe not. Or maybe it's something that can help us cultivate our world. You understand? Our ancestors lived in sync with being. They did not contradict it. They did not seek to undermine anything. They accepted the reality that of the world that they lived in, whatever it was. If a meteorite smacked the earth, they continued on, notwithstanding that. You understand? What I'm saying is a similar mentality is called for. One, that if we did it, our adversary would no longer have power over us. If we operated in a way like our ancestors did, as business as usual, focusing on our agenda, focusing on being on accord with our existence. In other words, making them as a non factor, meaning no more relevance or less relevance than anything else that exists. You exist, okay, so what? So does the bat, so does the bear, so does the lions, tigers, and everything else. They exist too. You want a cookie? Because right there is where they are absorbing their strength, their ego. They want to be known. They want to be acknowledged. They want to be exalted and elevated. It's in their nature. They want to feel it's them that are shouting out, so I'm supreme. The best of all races. I'm the most evolutionized. That's them that does that. So what? Do you want a cookie? And the minute we take on that mentality right there, they lose. And that I know that what you do not know manifests. It manifests. It manifests, family. What does this mean? It means that our focus isn't where it should be. Our focus should be on our own. If you go home, you're not looking across the street to your neighbor unless you're a nosy person. You're concerned with what's going on in your home, in your household. Making sure people in your household get their food, get their eat, making sure everyone's safe. We need to stop focusing on them. Stop concerning ourselves with them. So what about them? It's because we're so focused about them that they've become our authorities. They are our rulers, and that we, continue to be subjected to them because we keep on giving them justification. We keep on giving them. We keep on authenticating their authority over us by taking that on. For example, when you hear people say, "Well, we can't do that because they don't allow us, or they won't." Yeah. The main thing about having an adversary is meant to challenge you. Is meant to, there's a passage in the Quran that Allah will use one nation to check another nation, one people to check another people. You don't want these people checking us? Get on our square. Because as long as we're not on our square the way we should be, they're going to keep on checking us. They can't check us if we were on our square. They can't do diddly squat. They can't do nothing to us if we were on our square as we should be. The only way can manifest the only way any kingdom can manifest an authority over a people in this way, in a tyrannical way, is the people allow themselves to be subjected to the tyranny of an oppressive ruler. If you ever look in history, after some time, people get enough. Like, I'm tired of this oppressive ruler. You too? Yeah, like that. But we keep on giving them, handing them victory every time. We keep on every time they manifest their craft. Like I said, a thief's what is a thief's craft? A thief's craft is to his tactic is to steal things. A liar's craft is to deceive. You understand? A tyrant's craft is to divide and conquer. Shed blood and spread mischief. That's their craft. That's what they do. But they can't do that to a people who are consolidated, who are unified, who um who are resolved to self-determination. They can't do that to people like that. You understand? That's not, that's like, a type of prey. When a lion gets a certain type of prey that starts kicking him back or whatnot, the lion leaves him alone. They're like, look, that's I didn't want that meal. I wanted something that I could easily pick off. This one's giving me too much beef. I don't want to deal with that. That's what happens. When you're unified and solid, you give your opponent something that they just don't feel like dealing with. They don't want to deal with any of that. I mean, if you look at things on a global scale, the the so-called greatest nation of the earth still has to respect two other nations, because even while it may be stronger on one level, these people can give it something to, run for its money. These countries can give it a run for its money. So we'll just leave you, because that we don't really want to get all like that. That's just a little bit too much of what we bargained for. But like I said, the divine law is that, this way, it cannot continue on forever. It cannot continue on this way without being checked. Without being checked, family. It's almost, you can almost say that all eyes are literally on us, just like the song says, waiting to see if we come out of this or not. What will we do? If we will we come out of this or will we not? And when we do come out of it, will we remember? One of the names of, like, the Quran and things is called the reminder. Well, for me, what that means, manifesting that feature in me, is to remind us of us, and to remind us that we do have something before us that is a well known adversary, not a friend, not an ally, but an adversary. Yeah, there are some amongst that, you know, uh, accept who we are and support who we are. Again, The mentality that we have to have if we want to be successful in any kind of way is it doesn't matter whether you support me or not, whether you agree or not, whether you are a friend amongst foes or not. My concern isn't about you at all. My concern is about knowledge of self. My concern is about the revolutionizing, the resurrecting of my people. That's my concern. I'm not concerned about how friendly you are, how honest you may be, how much you want to help. Not concerned. We spent the last 400 years being concerned about you. Our wake up call is you're here, we see you, but we're not concerned. We're not concerned. We're concerned about remembering, remembering. So tell your story to yourself. You come from monkeys. You say yourself. You say your ancestors were monkeys. We say our ancestor is God. So keep your story to yourself. You tell your story, we'll tell ours. We've heard enough of your story. That book, we're closing, putting it back on your shelf, returning to our shelves with the objective of reopening our story, remembering, and then revolutionizing and living once more. Let's see here. Yes, indeed, family. Um, this is reality. This is our reality check. We've really had the biggest reality. I mean, million years on the planet. You can get numb after a while to what it means to be, what it means to have a sense of appreciation and gratitude to divine authority. So somehow we needed this reality check, but it was hard in the making. We, like I said, if you look, you have to admit we got our behinds kicked. When you can be, I mean, literally, we've been in a way of saying beheaded, lobotomized, manipulated, fooled, deceived, corrupted, misinformed, miseducated, stripped of our identity, stripped, raped of our way, of our innocence, whatever innocence there be was remaining, literally brought down to the lowest of the low. And so there's only one way to go for us. There's only one direction. It's up, up. You can stay on the ground level and be what I term as dust dwellers, or you can get up, stand up, dust yourself off, and be like that man in exceedingly white clothes and exceedingly black hair, manifesting bronzen skin, absorbing the glory of the sun. Sometimes you just have to sit and reflect, family, and really take a deep look at the man or the woman in the mirror, the black man or the black woman in the mirror. There's a saying in the Quran about those who don't get it, those who don't get it, being brought back in forms that they don't know. So as to say, look, you just keep on going through this until you get it. Victory is not guaranteed. It's not something that, while it's there, the potential for it is promised. It's promised when we follow the protocol, the divine protocols. That's where our victory is had. But it's not guaranteed just because we are descendants of the original human, the original people. Not guaranteed. We could still take an L. But the thing is, family, the victory that we are facing, the victory that we're capable of attaining, is one that our entire existence, you understand, will be affected by. And I'm saying a lot by saying that. If you want to understand what I'm saying there, go back into some of the previous uh lives, you know, that I've presented. Go back to some of the previous lives, and you realize that what this means. The I'll suffice it by saying I'll simply say this word: eternal, eternally. You understand? Eternally. I know that's a word. That's a word hard to chew. But if you can know that what we are actually what we are striving for, what we are trying to attain, is something that is eternal, something that is everlasting, something that doesn't have any end. That's what that's what this whole thing is about. And like I said, one of the best ways to know who you are is to manifest yourself and then challenge yourself with an opponent from yourself. Yeah. Imagine, remember, this is the journey of knowledge of self. This is he who knows himself knows his master. That's no small thing. Because, well, I know myself. I mean, if you do, you do. But what I'm saying to you, what do you do afterwards? What do you do next? What does that mean? What does it mean to attain knowledge of self? What does it mean to stand on the results of such knowledge? Like I said, we are a people. We absorb what it means. To exist, but our adversary was made differently to where, for them to know that they exist, for them to understand their existence, they have to compile, they have to write down, they have to label, they have to separate, they have to divide, they have to break it into parts and pieces. To this day, they look for smaller and smaller and smaller aspects of what it means to exist, because to them, none of this makes any sense at all. Understand, when you were just yesterday a beast living in a cave, scratching rocks and pebbles, smashing with smashing with those rocks rodents for your dinner raw. No fire because you don't know how to do that yet. Understand how you'd feel when generations later, not only do you see that you're existing and you see that other things exist, you still have you still have that nature in you, the survival instinct, the survival of the fittest, survive and conquer. You still have that nature because that's what you came from. You get out of the cave, you don't know if a wolf is coming to get you or not, a baboon, or anything. I gotta get a rock or something. Find me a cave to sleep in at night so the snakes don't come or the wolves don't come or whatever's out there that could get me. It's a cold world to me. And for them, it was literally a cold world. And then you're telling me that all of a sudden, the, an understanding of the world starts to open up to you. Imagine how you'd feel. I mean, even now, even in our time, imagine how you feel when certain when new learning comes to your attention that you just weren't hip to before. Oh, eye opening details. Like what? What? Really? But see, the difference between you versus a person who's come from a cold world, a cold upbringing, is the interpretation of all this would be vastly different. Because for you and me, while we would see a paradise with the knowledge that we would gain, if we are God conscious, that is, if we had knowledge itself, we would see a paradise with any knowledge that we would gain. But when you've come out of a cold um, lifestyle, the same knowledge is very, very um, dreadful. As far as they're concerned, everything is against them. Everything is dangerous. Everything is something that they should be afraid of, should be fearful of, including you, black man and black woman, because your existence is a potential threat to their genetical existence. And because they carry that instinct to survive by any means necessary, somehow, some way, that includes protecting what they perceive because of their arrogance, supremacy. They've got to protect that supremacy. They've got to protect that fictitious supremacy that they perceive is their divine right. See, there's a lesson for all involved if you want to know the truth. There's a lesson for all involved. We've been brought low. They've been made high in this world for a time. For a time, it says all scriptures say that it's for us a time. Some say 1,000 years, and it's come to an end. Before a time, but all involved, believe it or not, are receiving a challenge according to their disposition in life. Because here's the thing: every day we have an opportunity to make a difference, for better or for worse. You're in a position, Mr. White Man and white woman, after stripping our ancestors of their resources and benefiting off of them and becoming something of yourself at our expense. You're now in a position to redeem yourself. It takes a sense of humility for that to happen, for that redemption to take place, but that means that you would have to be able to, acknowledge your ancestral uh, behaviors, disagreeable behaviors, and say, well, look, I see this nation over here struggling at the expense of my ancestors, as a result of what my ancestors put forth, and even what your generation puts forth. So let me take out of what I've gained and bring them back out, bring them up. But you're not going to do that because you're too arrogant, and that's why your downfall is is imminent. Is going to be is it only makes sense. It's part of that law. But all the same, it's still your challenge. You could recognize that challenge, take it on for size, and perhaps there might be some kind of redemption of some sort. Or you can act like, you've been acting arrogant as if, um, like many of you believe, we're supposed to be inferior to you. You're supposed to be superior. You're and this is all a lie. You are the one that descended from the animals. You know these things. You speak of them in your own material. This is your story you've been telling us. You've been teaching us your story while at the same time trying to extract our story, our dance and our song, and to try to make it yours in our presence. Fortunately, there's enough of us that know better. That know better. Like no, you don't get um something that's not capable of producing something else to set it all off. We know you weren't. We know by just any kind. We know by your logic, your linear thinking, that you didn't start this show. By if we use your thinking, you know that you didn't start this show. You didn't start this to get any ball rolling. You know you didn't set off what it means to be civilized. Everything that you know, everything that you practice, everything that you claim, you know, came from the modern human, the original human. Nothing is yours, nothing at all. You're new to the scene. Not your ancestors on your one of your sides of the family, but you people who came as a result of the processes of interbreeding with the Neanderthal, who you admit is your ancestors. When you're telling the truth, you admit that they're your ancestors. You admit that your genetics are close to the genetics of a chimpanzee. You say this. You say these things. You won't find a single ancestor of mine anywhere on the planet Earth associating a chimpanzee with their genetics. I don't find the Aztecs saying this, the Olmecs saying this, anybody, biblical, Quranic, Vedic, anything saying that. I do find some passages describing certain groups of people who were mischievous, who were renegade, who were turned into monkeys and swine. We find passages like that. Take it how you want, but nowhere in our ancestry, even your scientists admit. In fact, I did promise that I would show you a clip of something. Even your scientists admit that those genes, those monkey genes, they don't belong to any African, and they definitely don't belong to those original modern human beings. Let's see if I can find that video real quick. Because I believe I had it on. stand by somewhere. I don't know. Is this it? Oh, yeah. Let's check this out, right? Let me get a window open real quick. Well, as quick as my computer will open one. Yeah, all I mean, the our our weapon in this fight, family. I'm gonna just say our weapon in this fight is not to give them any type of you know, concern. You know, when something is not a factor in your life, you don't pay it any attention. You don't give it any regard. You understand? Think about, things in your neighborhood or in your house that you don't even regard. You don't even pay any attention to it because it's not a concern. It's not a factor. You have to make them irrelevant to you because they want to be relevant to you. Think about all their Karen diseases, their Karenitis affections that gets them, the Karenitis disease, because they want to be relevant. They want to be relevant. Much of the confrontation is because they want to be relevant. And when you don't make them relevant, they will become inflamed. You know what the word ifrit means? It's a term used to describe a kind of jinn that's enraged and red. You understand? Inflamed, maddened. And we know only one group of people that gets red when they become angry. Let's see here. Let's check this out. It's only 3 minutes long. Let's see what this guy has to say. Let's see what this guy has to say. What do we want to do? Um, we'll try to wrap things up. So let's go share the screen. All right. Let me move this thing out of the way. And I think you should be able to hear it.
Um, now, really, this is going to sound silly, but this is really, really important. Cutting edge genetics. One of the areas I'm really lucky I'm blessed to work in three distinct areas of biology: immunology, genetics, and reproduction. And on the genetics side, I get to go to conferences and hear about advances in genetics in all species. And I was just at one a couple of weeks ago down at the Cold Spring Harbor Lab in Long Island, and I learned a bit about what's being known about the genome of Neanderthals, the genetic makeup of Neanderthals. That the genome sequencers, like led by Svante Pabo, who works in Germany, has taken tiny little fragments of Neanderthal bones, isolated DNA, and determined the genome of the Neanderthal, and used that information to determine, using genetic methods, how long ago Neanderthals and humans were a single species, where the common ancestor was. They've also been able to compare human genomes and ask the question of whether there's any evidence of Neanderthal genes in the human genome. And they found that there is. And the amount is quite significant, upwards of 5 to 7%. Neanderthals used to live in the Neander Valley. You could have called it the Cayuga Lake Basin, but that's where they lived. And out of Africa came the modern humans, and the word the geneticists use is admixed. They admixed with the Neanderthals. And they all used to live in caves in those days like this. came out of Africa, had mixed with the Neanderthals. This was Neanderthal territory. There was another group of Neanderthal-like creatures called the Denisovans. They lived up here in Siberia, and they have their genome has been sequenced. They were distinct from the Neanderthals. And so you can find in people of European and Asian ancestry evidence of about 7%, 5 to 10% of your genome is common with that of Neanderthals. We've been separated from them for 30,000 years or so. And in some of the tribes in Papua New Guinea and those islands out there, there's evidence for a different kind of genome, which is probably the Denisovan genome. And they might have 7% Neanderthal and 5% Denisovan. So they might be 12 or 15% different from us. And in fact, the Africans who came out from Africa have no evidence of any Neanderthal genes in them. No evidence of admixture. So they're the real pure humans.
I hope I hope you guys heard that very well. Let me just get that last clip in there just one more time, just so you can hear that again and understand what it means to be a real, original human being.
Different from us. And in fact, the Africans who came out from Africa
That's
have
black
no
people.
evidence of any Neanderthal genes in them.
This is a European scholar telling you that black people have talk about the original in Africa, untainted Africans have no Neanderthal genes in them. But he also admitted that pretty much if you're European, you have at the very least 7% of the DNA of a Neanderthal. So at the very least, you are 7% animal, 7% monkey. So who are you calling a monkey now? I'm just asking. Your own scholars admit of your association, of your genetical, connection. So, it's always, there's that old saying, it's no fun when the rabbits got the gun. When history, when the truth of the story speaks loudly against all of your bogus lies and claims. You brought us down low physically, but we will rise spiritually. And then one day, a day that's coming soon, and you see it approaching rapidly, you will be brought even lower. You'll be brought even lower. And primarily because of your own doing, because of what you put forth. Respite has only been given to you for a short period of time. That's the only reason why you can get off what you're getting off. And you're trying to hustle right now. You're trying to hustle. You're trying to get all of what you can get in. So, family, take a deep breath, a deep melanated breath, and acknowledge some of the many reasons you have, you know, to be blessed. To be blessed. And realize a blessed ancestry, not because of political reasons, not because of some silly philosophies, but because literally that is the case. Literally, literally, you were fashioned and made in a way that goes all the way back to the beginning of what it means to be human. Literally. I'm not trying to give you a big head. Because what good will that do if you know all these facts and you still choose to remain asleep and you still choose to dance with devils? What benefit? I'm just saying, family, at some point in time, you have a right to wake up and snap out of it. Yeah. I think we've said what we needed to say to set the table for discussing the book When the World Was Black. I think this is a good way to this you can consider this my own personal preface or prelude or whatever uh, to initiate or the commencement of reading the When the World Was Black book. Um, and like I said, my hope is that we really, really, really absorb the insight. You understand? More than just the sound bites that you hear, but really try to absorb the insight, even after what's been said here in this live, and realize what we're being called upon for. There is a victory, and there is an attainable victory. The question is how good do you want it? And so, as always, we live in a life that beckons for a monetary side. Let's see here. Where is it at? Up here. So that said, as you see at the top of the screen there's the Cash App, the Light Dome. That's what's going to show up here if it hasn't shown up yet. Um, Basically that's there. I would say one, if you've you know appreciated discussions of this nature, but primarily because it does help the time it takes to be able to you know develop the discourses that we have here, um, including the time it takes to present it. You understand, to the audience, to the respective audience. So as we say, whatever willing to pull out of your pocket or pocketbook or wallet, whatever the case may be, is definitely appreciated. Um, but at the end of the day, you know, we have our reflection to look to, family. We have ourselves to blame or to compliment at whatever results we get from all of this. We can be on these lives and talk and build and build. We can stand up, we can march, we can do a lot of things. But we need to pay attention to what outcome we want. You understand? What do we want to achieve? And what are we willing to do to to reach those aims? Mm, like I said, we need to make relevant us, and we need to make irrelevant anything that's outside of that. Anything that's outside of that, we need to make irrelevant, particularly our adversary. Our adversary wants to be relevant in our lives. They want to be in every aspect of our business. They want us to be concerned about them. And even me saying this, there will be some whose skins are itching because they need to be relevant. Well, brother, are you saying you don't want to be my friend? Exactly. I'm not saying anything to them. Why? For what? The minute you do, you're making them relevant. Point is they're not relevant so long as you take on that they're not relevant. Now, of course, we live on a planet where we're not alone by ourselves. We do occupy the same abode. So no one is saying to be disagreeable. We strive not to manifest what it means to be disagreeable. Let those traits be amongst the disagreeable. But what I'm saying is put your emphasis on, your essentials and your people, your family, your kin, your blood, your kind, your ancestral originality, their needs, their concerns. Those are your essentials, especially when you're brought down low. Nobody, like I said, this isn't a hate type speech. You're already elevated in wealth, in pleasures of the life of this world, Mister and Mrs. Um, White person. We've been brought down low. We speak your language and not our language. We practice your culture, not our culture. And when I'm saying we, I'm talking about the majority of us. Many of us are breaking through and restoring our sense of culture, sense of identity, and even language in some cases. So this isn't hate because we want to be able to restore appreciation for ourselves, love for ourselves, and most importantly, a gratitude to our supreme originator. You understand? Gratitude. Yeah. All right, family. There's an old saying, shall I tell you a thing that when you do it will cause you to love one another? This is to my people I'm talking about. Spread peace. You want us to love one another? Spread peace between each other. And that peace comes in the form of pro- proper behavior, proper etiquette, proper knowledge, building constructively with one another, engaging in constructive, productive, beneficial activities that lift us up, that build us up, that cultivate us, that economize our life, or that makes us worthy of our own presence amongst one another. Let's get back to that. Um, those you say you love, make sure they know it, not just by you saying it, but by what you do. This is your brother Abdul Wadud, aka Quest Man. Another live soul journey of life, the Light Dome, the conscious black social media. Um, hmm. Stay blessed, family. Have a blessed day. I do hope to see you, on this live um, Friday. What is it? 26th. The 26th is not Friday, is it? Yeah, it is Saturday. The 26th. That's when we'll start digging into when the world was black and building on that. Okay. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Shalom. Hotep. Peace be with you. Have a blessed night, day, whatever the case may be.